Check one, two, check one, two. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all, welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let's get things rolling here. Do 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 do. Check one. Let's see. Check one, two, check one, two, check one, two. YK is in the building. Valhalla's in the building. Welcome in, y'all. Let me just double check a few things here. I think we're good. Welcome in, y'all. Thank y'all so much for joining today. I appreciate y'all tapping in to Track Talk today. Actually shift this a little bit. Let's shift it a little bit more. There we go. Brutal Romance is in the building. Sri Melon, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Lee Lyrics, is it Vebis? I appreciate you tapping in. Thank y'all so much for joining the stream today. Thanks for hopping into the live stream today. If y'all are coming in for the first time, let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, I would love to know the kind of music that you make. And we'll get moving with some consultations in music and listening to what y'all do here in just a couple minutes. But before we do that, we're gonna get started. I just want to chat with y'all, hang out for a little bit, learn a little bit more about what y'all do, and then we'll get flowing here in just a little bit as well. M Walker is in the building. What's up, M Walker? Welcome in, y'all. Appreciate you tapping in. How y'all feeling today? How you feeling? Tavo's in the building. RMV, appreciate you tapping in. Welcome in to the stream. Kirby is in the building. Welcome in, Kirby. Welcome in. Let me see a couple things here real quick before we get rolling. Let me move a couple things over here real quick. What's up, Tavo? Welcome in. Hope you're doing amazing today. Y'all, let me know where y'all are joining from. If you make music or do anything creative, then let me know what you do. James is in the building. What's up, James? Welcome in. I appreciate you being here. I'm a songwriter and also a singer, and I want to request one of my songs so you can hear it. I will let y'all know the whole structure of the live stream here in a couple minutes. Everything and Tavo produced. Beautiful. If you want to submit music, I will let y'all know before I even give my whole spiel, kind of kickstarting the stream, that these are long form consultations. So it's not like a quick play or like a quick review. We do these 20 to 30 minute multiple listen deep dive breakdowns of your music. So if you're a producer, you're an artist, you're a songwriter, whatever it may be, this is a great space for that. But just keep in mind that it is a really detailed long form breakdown where we go through your track 2 or 3 different times and really get into the details of what you're doing. Everything's at the link in my bio though, if you do want to check it out. Even before I give my spiel, I kind of explain the whole background of the stream and stuff like that. But if you're curious to just kind of see what's going on, you can also just find the details at the link in my bio. Nick is in the building. Katie's in the building. What's up, Katie? Welcome in. Good to see you. Jay Bark is in the chat as well. I'm a fan of music. Same. What kind of music are you a fan of? Benjamin is in the building. What's up, Benjamin? Welcome in. Kirby said, hey, is AI allowed? Sure, yeah. You can send an AI, like I just mentioned, these are really detailed breakdowns of the music. So, when it comes to people sending in AI and stuff like that, you definitely can. Just keep in mind that my goal is to offer as much value as possible and as much depth when it comes to breaking down the music. So there's some limitations to doing that in that format. But usually what will break down when people do send AI or, partially generated music or whatever it may be, is talking about song structure, lyrics, formatting, phrasing, stuff like that. So we can still get into the details. We can still, get into the weeds when it comes to the music. But yeah, there's obviously going to be some limitations in that as far as like breaking down the mix of it and things like that. But we can still obviously offer as much value as I have the capacity to on the writing and formatting side, phrasing and vocal lines and stuff like that. Gabby's in the building. What's up, Gabby? Appreciate you tapping in. Let's see. Joe is in the building. What's up, Joe? Is it happy birthday? Am I remembering happy birthday? Is it happy birthday? Is it happy birthday to Joe? In the chat, I think it is. I think if my memory is serving me correctly, Mossy's in the building. What's up, Mossy? Welcome in. Thank you for the heart, me brother. I appreciate it so much. Listen to Brazilian Sky by the GOAT, Takanaka. Thank you for tapping in, Gabby. This is for, I don't know if that's a popular artist or not, but this whole live stream is centered around independent and underground artists, producers, session musicians, engineers, vocalists, songwriters, so on and so on. So if that is you, or you are connected to a song that you really enjoy, and in any way as far as like the build out of it and the structure of it, then we can definitely give it a listen, give it a full breakdown over that 20 to 30 minutes. Dalton, welcome in. It is Joe. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday, y'all. Everybody show some love to Joe in the chat. Show some love to Joe in the chat. Happy birthday, man. I appreciate you tapping in even just for a second, man. Sending the love, sending the harmony. I appreciate it. Y'all definitely go show some love to Joe as well. Show some love, show some love. Okay, let me see. Let me double check a few things here. And then in just a few minutes, I will explain the live. We'll dive into the details of it. But yeah, happy birthday to Joe. That's the man right there. Ace, welcome in. 3030 says, enter the chat on my way to Chicago. Let's go. Chicago's gonna be a blast, man. And the 30s are great, man. I'm enjoying my 30s. I'm 32 now, 32 and a half, you know. And I for me, there's just been, I feel more knowledgeable, more mature, more secure in a lot of the things that I'm doing, and a lot of like my passions and the way that I pursue things. Like the 30s are great, man. Don't let anybody tell you differently. I think the 30s can be powerful. You learn so much in your 20s, man. You're experimenting so much. You're putting yourself out there. You're figuring out who you are. So yeah, the 30s are dope. I'm thoroughly, now that I'm a couple years into the 30s, I'm really enjoying it, man. Nicholas, welcome in. Good vibes all around, 100%, man. Facts. Update on the song for my special someone. I finally found some parts that are perfect for the song. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Mark is in the building. Mark, welcome in. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Keep tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream. And once again, if y'all are coming in for the first time, let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, let me know the kind of music that you make. And here in just like a minute, 30 seconds to a minute, we're gonna dive into the details of the chat and all that good stuff. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going back. Because I do want to see, there's some questions up here. Carmen, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. If you want to submit music, it's at the link in my bio. It's at the link in my bio. Everything is up there. I'm sorry, I'm going back through the chat because I know I'm missing a bunch of questions, but I did want to make sure that we did get a very well-deserved happy birthday to the family, to Joe in the chat. Let me see. Let me make sure I've got Ox loaded up too as well. Let me see. 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 Catching up. Adam's in the building. Mark is in the building. Mark, good to see you. 20s are a huge experiment. 20s are a huge experiment stages. 30s is when it all starts falling into place. That's the hope, Nathan. That's the hope. That's what I'm playing. As I get deeper into them, that is definitely the hope for myself as well. So yeah, things are gonna start falling into place. Clean, appreciate you being here. I'm from Indonesia. Greetings. I'm a rock musician. We just released a single. Let's go. I love to hear that. How long have y'all been working as a rock musician? That's amazing. Do you know the real name of our moon? I've asked 30 and only 2 know. The real name of our moon is Moon. The other would be, I guess, like Luna or something similar. Okay, let me double check a few things over here. Sweet Pete, welcome in. Let me see. Alfie, welcome in as well. Appreciate you diving in. Let me close this up over here. Daniel's in the building. Yeah, 1 second, 2 seconds while I load some stuff up over here. Adam, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me get this all loaded up here, and then I will explain the live stream. I'll let everybody know where they need to go, and then we'll dive in. Let's see. Load it up. Refreshed. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. Derek, I got you. Derek, I got you. Thank you so much, man. All right, let's get into it, man. Let's dive in. New Zealand singer here. Let's go. Matt, welcome in. I hope you're doing fantastic. Got new vocals on that country song I sent a while back. Let's go, Derek. Let's go, man. Dude, that's amazing. Not my band, but I love Manchester Orchestra. Ever heard of them? I don't think it's like vaguely sounding familiar, probably just because of the name Orchestra. But I don't believe that I have heard them before, but I appreciate you tapping in. Okay, let me explain the whole live stream here really quick, y'all. For those of you who are interested in what we're doing here, we are about to dive into the music. For those of you who have never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the live stream. I appreciate y'all being here so much, for taking any amount of time to hop in here, listen to some music, build community, gain some knowledge, whatever it is that the reasoning might be that you have stopped by or just curious about what's going on with this weird guy with the, doing whatever he does here. But I appreciate y'all being here. Thanks for stopping by the stream. If you have never been to Track Talk before, in this live stream before, what we do here at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen breakdowns of the structure of your music. These are long form consultations. We go through your track, your instrumental, whatever it may be, 2 to 3 different times over that 20 to 30 minutes to really, really dive into the details of your mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song formatting, structure, whatever it may be. These are nuanced, they're detailed. The goal is to really get into the nuances of what you're doing both creatively and practically within your music. This is not a quick review in any way. This is long form. It's very, very detailed. It's a deep dive into what you're doing. This is not a trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. It's a long form consultation. And actually, let me refresh this over here really quick before I keep going with the spiel. And Ferdinand, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Derek, you're set and ready to go. I just want to make sure I got everything organized over here real quick. Again, long form, detailed, everything. You can rate my song if you want. I mean, there's just other places to do it. It's like going to like McDonald's and asking for something from Wendy's. It's like there's two different things doing two different things. So I'm only going to do the thing that I am doing on this particular live stream because I'm running the live stream and that's the thing that I want to do. And that's the way that we structured it for 3.5 years. So there's plenty of spaces to get ratings. That are, you know, ratings and polls and stuff of that nature. Smokey, welcome in. I appreciate you. Anyways, that's way besides the point. I just had Wendy's an hour ago. Good timing. I got it. I got you, Tep. Anyways, 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultations on the structure of your music. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done it for the last 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So a lot of the structure of this live stream, a lot of the perspective of this live stream is from that, just offering that experience and getting into the details of your music to hopefully offer some, structured feedback that is actionable and specific and professional and gives you a little bit of what you need when it comes to polishing and improving on your craft, whatever that may be. Whether you are a musician, you're a vocalist, you're a songwriter, you're an engineer, you're a producer, an artist, holistically, whatever it may be. The goal of the live stream is to offer you some feedback that would be helpful over that 20 to 30 minutes. If you would like to submit your music, if you are over on TikTok right now, go to the link in my bio. Everything's right there, including the line. Same place that you submit is the same place that you can check the line as we get things flowing. If you are on the Purple app that we're live on right now, you can always check those out. It's at my link. You can type !submit in the chat and you'll see everything that you need right there. Same link. If you are on the Red app, YT, which we're also live on right now, you can go to the description of the live stream and everything is right there. Let me see. Check out my friend's newest song. It's called High Wraith by Acioche, maybe? I'm having a hard time seeing it from this far with the glare from these ridiculous lights in here. If y'all want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. Let's see. Nickelback, How You Remind Me. Powerful song. Do you know about Suno? What do you think about AI music? We talk about AI a lot because it comes through the live live stream quite a bit. So we will like talk about it over time, but I do know about Suno. It's everywhere. We get people that submit AI all the time. And so it's, I think because of the structure of this live stream, it might not be as prominent just because we're like hyper focusing on tiny details of production elements and mixed details and stuff like that. So the nuances of that are better catered towards people that have more control over those individual elements. But it's definitely something that people bring to all the time. Do we have to pay to submit? Yes, it is a paid consultation. It is not a quick review. It's not a free line with the 5-skip or anything like that. They're long form. They're 20 to 30 minutes a piece, multiple listens through the structure of the song. And we're about to dive into our first song. Everything's at the link in my bio. Tommy Smith is in the building. What camera you got? This is it's a Canon C100 Mark II. Canon C100 Mark II. I love it. I've had it for, I don't know, maybe a year or so now. And I love it. I think it's fantastic, especially for the price. It's older, but it kind of does exactly what I need to do in a lot of different formats when I'm like, creating, different videos and content and whatever it may be, or other work that we do for our company. And I like it. It does the job. All right, let's get into some music, y'all. It's that time once again. If you would, thank you, Tep. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate it. If you would like to submit your music, once again, go to the link in my bio. If you're on the Purple app, type !submit. If you're on the Red app, go to the description. Everything's right there. Let's get into it, man. It's time for the first track. We're going to dive into it. This is Derek Bennett featuring Donnie. Dude, New Life Unfinished. Wait, so have I heard this one, Derek? I don't know if have I heard a country song from you? You mentioned country song, but I'm not positive that I heard this last week. Are you sure? Country rock. Okay, yeah, I'm sure I'll be reminded when you'll remind me. Sorry, the Nickelback reference got me, locked me in right there. But I'm sure it will remind me of once we start listening to it. But I was like, wait, hold on, have I heard a country? I'm not positive. Astro, welcome in. I hope you're doing amazing. If you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. If y'all are over on TikTok, do me a huge favor. Make sure y'all are liking the live, share out the live with a few people. How about this? If we can get to let's get 25,000 likes. So we can get 25,000 likes. We'll do some free credit giveaways as well to help give y'all some free submissions up on the board too, or some skips on the board as well. Is it Becca? Am I saying that correctly? Yeah, if you want to submit, everything is at the link in my bio. I'm really struggling because I don't understand English, so I can understand how to do it. I know that might be tough. Maybe it can be typed in the chat as well if I have a mob that comes in at all. But everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio, and maybe there's some ways that you can translate from there by copying text. That might be the most helpful, but I do want to make sure that it's as clear to everyone as possible. Okay, let's get into it. We got Derek Bennett in the building. Let's dive in. This is New Life. It is unfinished. You know the deal. Any other details that you want me to know, let me know. It's definitely more country now with his voice, straight from Nashville. Let's get into it. All right, let's open up the Dropbox, and we're going to dive in. Okay, cool. Sounds good. I love that guitar. That feels new.
I was ruthless in my ways. Nobody could have got to me. Persecuting people just because they ain't like me. I've been through the fire and I've seen the darkest days. 'Cause the devil is a liar, but he ain't got a hold on me. Now I'm free, and I believe. Spent a lifetime playing the same old game. Learn to live with the choices that I've made. Found a seat at the table, I was scared to embrace. Just a broken vessel saved and filled with grace. How do you change when you've gone this far? How do you save what you burn to the ground? I was running the road and out. Went from doubt to brand new life. His way, and grace is all I see. Left my pride and my ego for the crown of victory. Thought I had to earn it, man, I thought I'd have to pay. I was living this life blinded, now it's all been washed away. And I'm free,
let's go, Derek.
And I believe. Spent a lifetime playing the same old game. Learn to live with the choices that I've made. Found a seat at the table, and I was scared to embrace. Just a broken vessel saved and filled with grace. How do you change when you've gone this far? How do you save what you burn to the ground? I was running the road and out. Went from doubt to brand new life.
Miro, welcome in. Nice. Great voice.
Spent a lifetime playing the same old game. Learn to live with the choices that I've made. Found a seat at the table, and I was scared to embrace. Just a broken vessel saved and filled with grace. How do you change when you've gone this far? How do you save what you burn to the ground? I was running the road and out. Went from doubt to brand new life.
Nice.
Brand new life. Brand new life.
Let's go. Y'all, show some love. Show some love. All right, welcome in, Miro. Welcome in. I appreciate y'all being here so much. Thanks for joining the stream. If y'all would like to submit your music, everything is at the link in my bio. These are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultations on the structure of your music. If you want to submit for a deep dive, then everything is at the link in my bio. You can check the line there as well if you want to. But we just got started. This is our first song, so we're just getting things rolling here. Derek, this might be one of the better produced songs I've heard from you, to be honest. It's so funny because I feel like I'm hearing you really come into your own and branching out into some more genres and subgenres of what I know as your core, being like contemporary worship music with like a cinematic twist to it. And I'm hearing you branch out from there, and every time you're doing it, it's really strong. it's really, really strong. And so I'm really, really loving the stuff that you're working on right now, man. I mean, this feels like a real record. Like it feels, and this isn't mixed yet either. Like we just got the vocals on this. It's fresh, it's unfinished, it's unmastered. And just the energy around it, man, it's really, really well done. Lucas, welcome in. Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah, if anybody would like to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. Is it Koki? Welcome in. I appreciate you being here. RM, don't spam the chat. If you do one more time, you'll get muted. I don't want to do that, but I want to make sure that we keep the chat clean. But if you want to submit, go to the link in my bio. Everything is right there. You won't submit here in the chat. But let's run it back from the top, man. Let's dive into some of the details here. But y'all, please show some love to Derek Bennett Music right here in the chat. This is one of the more like cohesive, like really well balanced production of yours. Between just sound design, riff choice, matching melodies for all of that, it sounds really, really nice, man. Obviously, there's some things we can dive into. There's some elements I'm listening for as far as percussion on the hook, and how we can make sure that that comes to life a little bit more. One of the things I'm aware of that might be limiting my ability to hear certain things is just compression on the hook. So once like it might be like your limiter and compressor on just like a whatever, like a loose master that you threw on there just to kind of put it out there and sound like something. So I think some of that's happening where just that compressor, that limiter's being absolutely crushed. Okay, hold on, because people don't listen at all. All right, boom, muted. All right. Anyways, all right, let's get back into it. Let's run it from the top. So I want to look at that because one thing that's happening is like when the bass and all of the major percussion and vocal layers come in, the whole mix gets kind of squashed. Everything gets limited down quite a bit. And I'm losing a lot of like high-end distinction and clarity and separation. So I can't tell what certain things might be happening there as far as like open hat or cymbals that are used, tambourine in the background, which I do hear, but I want to kind of understand. Yeah, limiter on the master, I'm assuming is getting a couple dB of pretty solid gain reduction happening there. And that's limiting just the expression of the song. So I might be missing things that are there, like we always talk about. I might be missing some things that are there, and you can just let me know it's actually there, but we could kind of push it forward in order to, give it a little bit more life in the mix, so on and so on. All right, let's run it from the top. This is New Life. This is Derek Bennett Music in the chat. Once again, if you would like to submit for a deep dive into your music, these are 20 to 30 minutes a piece per song that you send in, diving into the details of your mix, production, sound design, all that good stuff. If you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. You can also check the queue there as well. Let's run it from the top, man. Let's get into some details here. It's a great production structure, though. Really, really great production structure. Let's run it back here. Boom. Let's run it. I mean, immediately I do remember hearing that riff, like a really, really solid dun, 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 dun. That riff is so clean, it's so distinct. I immediately will recognize this song for what it is when you hear it for the first time, which to me is it's got to be your priority. Like that's in any song. I don't care what the genre is. A recognizable production structure from instrumentation to vocal side is so vital to people remembering your music. Nathan, thank you so much for the Go Populars. I appreciate it. It's an intro. The intro is good for TikTok. It's also good for like so many. It's good for like, I don't know, Home Depot commercials. Like, this is good for a lot of things. Nathan, thank you so much for the gifts. I really appreciate you. I mean, this could be a Ford commercial. It could be a Home Depot commercial. Like this, it's done really well. It's really, really well produced. Jay Wild, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. My wife said mower simulator is hilarious. The brand new Ford F-150. I'm exaggerating a little bit to be funny, but it is a really, really good sync-licing intro. 100% tap. That's a great riff. I don't know who played guitar on this. That is such a good riff. Tone is beautiful as well. It's funny because I'll tell people like this sounds like a Disney song. I mean, this sounds like a Ford commercial, and some people, most people don't, but some people like take that as a negative thing, like it's like too generic or it's too whatever. I'm like, you would like the checks. You know what I mean? Like if Disney came to you and they were like, hey, we want the song in here and we're going to pay you this much, you'd be pretty thrilled about it, even if it meant that your music was somewhat, I don't know, Broadway-ish or something like that. It's really, really good, really, really good tone tap, 100%. As far as like the tonal qualities of the guitar, the actual like makeup and buildup of the track, it's fantastic. We'll get into, like I said, some of the percussion maybe going into the hook and how we can make sure that the dynamics are where we want them to be and make sure that it really has the beef that we're wanting it to. What's up, Norman? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing amazing. Anyways, we can lean into it a little bit. Yeah, most of the structure I think is great though. 100%, Nathan, 100%. Absalom, welcome in. Good to see you.
I was ruthless in my ways, nobody could have got to me. Persecuting people just because they ain't like me.
What's up? Good to see you.
I've been through the fire and I've seen the darkest days. Cause the devil is a liar, but he ain't got a hold on.
What I like about this too, Altaloon, so good to see you. What I like about this too is it's still, even though we're branching out into some, different genres and different tastes, right? We're moving into a space where you still have a lot of the identity, the string identity, orchestral identity of a lot of the music that you're known for, which to me really sets the stage of everything that you do. Like we said, coming from a core audience and branching out from there. D-Trill, the family's in the building. What's up, dude? What's up, man? What's up? It's so good to see you, man. For those of you who don't know G-Trill, he's the OG of all this stuff. So none of us would be here without him. So please, anytime that you get a chance, show some love and support to the absolute family, G-Trill. He's just, man, he has gone through hell and back, and he's come through the other side. He's still working through stuff. But man, love and appreciate you so much. That's absolutely the family right there. If you're not following, follow. If you're not tapped into the streams, I think there's very few people that carry the energy that Trill does here on this live. So man, that's family. Send them money, send them gifts, send them support, send them follows. We love Trill over here, man. It's genuinely the brother, genuinely the family right there. So show some love to Trill. So I have to, man. He's been out for like 4 months. So we gotta show some love to the family here. Literally, G-Trill like 4 years ago started doing live streams, like reviewing people's music. So when you see the probably like 500 to 1,000 people now that are doing live music reviews, it started largely with a few people, and a few of those people include G-Trill right there. So definitely, man, and thank you for the heart me as well, of course. But that's genuinely one of the OGs right there, man. A lot of the people that you see on here would not be doing it if it wasn't for G-Trill. I mean, I started a bit after what he was doing, man. He's one of the OGs, man. One of the OGs. You're the big homie always, man. It's love. It's love, man. Okay, let's get into this track here a little bit deeper here. But anyways, gotta show love to the family every time.
Persecuting people just because they ain't like me. I've been through the fire and I've seen
so much better in stair stepping. Again, opening up the first verse, bringing in your spiccatos after that. Everything's smooth, everything's open, and boom, 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 boom. Like right after that, bringing in the spiccatos and the strings. It's just a beautiful stair step and dynamics right there. That's the stuff that I'm talking about. I have seen you like chip away at that process of when and how to add in dynamics and add texture and add character there without it being too much too soon and stuff like that. This is probably one of the better examples that I've heard from you, Derek, of these stair steps and dynamics of open verse.
got to me.
We're letting, maybe a synth in the background and some like rim hits and stuff like that, carrying some of those 16th notes in the middle there. And then you'll barely hear those spiccatos come in from the strings to add a little bit more weight to those 16ths right there. And it's a beautiful job. Chef's kiss. Love it.
Persecuting people just because they ain't like me. I've been through the fire and I've seen the darkest days.
Appreciate you.
Cause the devil is a liar, but he ain't got a hold on me. Now I'm free and I believe.
And on these transitions here, so this is where we're running into like drums, drum structure is built up, bass structure is built up. And because of that, we're losing some background information. Obviously, that's more of a mixed thing that is, like I said, just by default of the way that it's loosely mastered with the limiter on there, where it's just kind of crushing everything. That that movement right there from the guitar double track, that needs to be like a forward transition of the song because there's no vocal line there. So that is like a top line, needs to be very obvious, needs to be forward. So when you're getting into like mixing this, balancing this, and really getting it, evened out, make sure that these like staples of the song from a sound design standpoint are sharp and they're forward. I don't want that guitar way in the background. I need that kind of in your face, and then it'll switch places with the lead vocal whenever that lead vocal comes in. Thank you so much for the roses, Trill. Appreciate you, man. And let's get into this hook here real quick.
Spent a lifetime playing the same old game. Learn to live with the choices that I've made. Found a seat at the table, I was scared to embrace. Just a broken vessel saved and filled with grace. How do you change when you've got...
Okay, let me know because I can't hear it in the chat itself. Thank you for the rose, S&D. Appreciate you so much, Trill, man. I appreciate the gifts, man. Thank you for the finger heart. You're amazing, man. XEQ, thanks for tapping in as well. Let me know what you have as your top end information for the drums right now. Now I hear you have a 1-3 basically 1/3 with eighths in between on the tambourine. So you have the right, like you have that tambourine structure in there. Appreciate you, man. You have the tambourine structure in there, and then I think there's like an open hat in the background too. I'm curious as what is like carrying the high end of the percussion. Is it cymbals or is it hat? I'm gonna run it back here just a little bit. Or is it almost sounds like you have this back and forth between like a like 18 crash over here and then the tambourine over here. You have like we're getting this kind of back and forth left and right there. Shaker and tambourine. Okay, what my brain wants to hear as far as as you're building up structure for this production here is a little bit more of those like 16. So right now, what you hear sonically, again, some of this very well, may be just the fact that it's over limited and that needs to be loosened up before it's mastered or before you even send it off to be mixed because it's not mixed at all. When you're kind of going through that process, what I want to hear is right now it's kind of the half. It's just like these like quarter notes here. I want to hear the 16th of a. I want to hear that faster pacing in there because we don't have that. The feel of the song and the structure of the song feels like I think softer than it should. Being that your drums themselves sound really beefy and you have strong strings, great guitar lines, and a powerful higher octave on the lead vocal. Like there's a lot of this that that's really really going your way as far as the sonics. Like it sounds really really good. But I think the pacing of the high end percussion is part of what's making it feel kind of like slower or like it doesn't have as much drive. Doesn't have as much energy and vibrancy, especially in the hook itself. Because I'm kind of only hearing the, but we're not getting a lot of those like 16ths in there. I want to get out. I think it exists there. You just might want to have like another layer of that tambourine or another couple parts of that structure there that offer the 16ths, not just the quarters or the eighths right there. I do think that'll help, at least perception wise, pick up the pacing of the song a bit. Found a seat at the table, now I'm scared to embrace. Just a broken vessel saved and filled with grace. How do you change when you've gone this far? How do you say what you... And then get those, even now with the premix here, get those harmonies out to the side. Love a low octave there. Beautiful. Love a low octave there. But let's get those harmonies panned left and right, just so they're not all kind of stacked right in a line. They're not stepping on each other's toes at all. And we can really get some width out of the vocals here. Beautiful harmonies, by the way. Great lead vocal. Like the vocal sounds freaking fantastic. Sounds really, really well recorded. Smooth, clean. I love it. I love it. I love it. But yeah, let's start to get some of those harmonies and stuff out of the way here. I was running the road and out. We moved out to brand new life. Another thing you can do, not to harp on tambourine for too long, it's such a small detail. But another thing that you can kind of think about as well is right now your tambourine hits on 1 and 3. What typically for me, in order to give an accent to the snare, again, we're talking about like beefing this up and accenting and giving it a little bit more life, would be the 16th notes in between accenting 2 and 4 instead of 1 and 3. So right now it's, and so you don't get in between when the snare is hitting, there's no accent to it. There's no like energy on top of the snare. And in between it's still soft. Like I said, we can beef up the 16ths in between. I would typically want to hear a swap of that where it's 16ths into the 2 and 4. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's accenting the 2 and the 4 where the snare is hitting. That's going to help beef up the snare because it's going to give the shimmer, this kind of crash to the top of where the snare is hitting. So that feels beefier, feels more open. Thank you for the heart, mean brother. I appreciate it. It's going to give a little bit more of an accent over your snare structure. And if you pick up the amplitude or layering, maybe if you need to, for the 16th notes where the tambourine is currently speaking, that'll have more energy in between as well on top of the hi-hats. Some of that will be fixed and mixed, especially if some of that exists in the background. But I do like having the accent of the tambourine with the snare. It just offers so much more energy to the mix there, and it'll give it a lot more energy. And grace is all. Love the dynamics coming back into the second verse here as well. I see, left my pride and my ego for the crown of victory. So good to see you, man. Earn it, man. I thought I'd have to pay. I was living this life blinded. Now drums sound awesome too. Drums sound really, really nice. It's all been washed away, and I'm free, and I believe. Spin a life
Time playing the same old game. Learn to live with the choices that I've made. Found a seat at the table, now I'm scared to embrace.
Thank you for the
Just a broken
comment.
vessel saved and filled with grace. How do you change when you've gone this far? How do you save what you burn to the ground? I was running, rolling out. Went from down to brand new life.
Production structure over the hook, as far as I can hear outside of some of those things we're talking about in percussion, I think sounds really nice. I think a lot of it just, there's like a little mud in there, and there's some things that just need to be dictated by the fact it needs to go through the mix process already, like we've talked about before. But what is there? I'm hearing the riffs in the background of the guitar. I'm liking what I'm hearing. The strings are adding, some good pacing and some good energy. So I'm not minding the vast majority. Kai, what's up, Kai? Good to see you here. Appreciate you tapping in. I'm not minding the vast majority of what I'm hearing here. I think it sounds really good, and I love moving into this like banjo riff in the outro, or kind of your interlude here as well. I think that's great. I'm curious if that needs to happen anywhere else. Let me hear something real quick. Is that the same? So two different riffs here, which I don't mind. Yeah, you've got it at the end. This is two different riffs here.
Bro, just been cause the devil and I
And that's straight into it.
grace is out
Straight
of
into
me.
it. Love that these are all locked in and straight into it, by the way.
The day you say what you burn to the ground. I was running, rolling out. Went from down to brand new life.
EDM, welcome in.
Brand new life.
Little Daughtry vibe. I mean, like you said, there's a little bit of the rock edge in there. It's got a little bit of, I don't know, his high register, that faster vibrato, a little bit of rasp. It's got a little bit of that Chris Daughtry vibe to it. Is that last little line right there is what reminds me of that. What's up, Luca? Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. And a quick reminder, y'all, if y'all would like to submit, go to the link in my bio. Everything is right there. You can submit straight through that link. It should be nice and easy. They haven't even finished it yet, Tab. They haven't mixed it. They haven't even finished like the full. They just got vocals back. But yeah, if anybody would like to submit, the line is wide open. We just got on just a minute ago. This is our first track. So if you would like to submit your music for a long form, detailed consultation, then go to the link in my bio. All of the information is there. It does, dude. Yeah, I mean, the vocals are very well recorded and really, really well done. So you can tell when you got like professional vocals on there. These are very, very clean vocals, compressed really smooth. Everything sounds beautiful there. Yeah, tight vocals. Then the guitar following the riff right there, all of that structure right there is really, really beautifully done. Good, 100%, absolutely. We get people that submit their productions, their vocal work, their artistry, their songwriting, session musicians that played keys, played guitar, played drums, all the time. People send in their session work all the time, and that's some of my favorite stuff to work on, because that's what I do for a living, or a good chunk of what I do for a living is session work. So if you drummed in a song, I've been drumming since I was 4 years old, so it's always fun to break that stuff down. If you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. I appreciate you tapping in, Guido. Welcome in. And same thing here. Again, your guitar riff with this, the banjo, the guitar riff becomes the lead element. Now we have an ad lib. You have all the fun stuff over the top, but your main top line now, Revy, welcome in. Good day to you as well. I hope you're doing fantastic today. The new top line now is this lead guitar with the banjo riff and the pairing of those two melodies, right? So being that it is just, again, something to look for, not that it's wrong, but you can kind of give me, you can kind of, get it moving forward. If you, as you're kind of looking towards the mix, let me back up here. Let me go over here. Let me back it up a little bit. Is just to make sure that moves forward. Make sure that is the new lead element that has a lot of energy to it. It's vibrant in the mix. It's forward in the mix. So that guitar doesn't take a backseat. So as soon as you finish brand new life and you go into the hook one more time right there, or you go into the tag, the ad libs right there, make sure that guitar moves forward as the lead element. And then you can always back off going into the last hook as necessary. It gives me a 403 arrow. It shouldn't. Let me see. Let me see. I know it works because Derek submitted. So let me test it on my end really quick and just see what happens. But it could just be a Wi-Fi issue really quick. Let me see. No, it works. I'm on it right now. Yeah, just try refreshing, try doing it through, try going outside of the app or something like that. Padge, welcome in, Padge. I hope you're doing amazing. Welcome in to the stream. But yeah, everything is at the link in my bio. So if you go to the link in I just tested on another profile too, so I know it works. But if anybody would like to submit your music, these are 20 to 30-minute deep dive consultations. We go through your song 2 or 3 times, we chop it up, we break it down, we get into the details of it. Everything is at the link in my bio. And then you can submit your music through there. You can see the line and all that fun stuff there as well if you want to kind of see what's going on. Trill, I appreciate you, man. That's the GOAT right there. Is it Deneri? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for tapping in. Appreciate you being here. My old friend makes music. The best song is Calling Out My Name by Amelia Eliza. Thank you for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. Like I said, everything's at the link in my bio. They're long form, they're detailed, they're really, really nuanced breakdowns. Patch, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. But yeah, let's keep rolling through the song. Just make sure that this takes a front seat, right? When you get into these lead elements, again, you're just kind of playing a little bit of like chess here. It's not, I don't play chess, so I don't know. That's BS. But we gotta trade places here a little bit, right? We're just kind of vying for attention. So when it comes to like the lead vocal being front and center, being your top line, being the main element in the mix, when that vocal stops, I want to push the guitar forward. Vocal takes a backseat. Your ad libs then take a backseat, and then you can kind of shift the energy back and forth a little bit there as well. Okay, let's keep it rolling.
Choices that I've made, found a seat at the table, now I'm scared to embrace.
Great energy, good pacing here.
Saved and filled with grace. How do you change when you've gone this far? How do you save what you burn to the ground? I was running the roaring out. We've moved out to brand new life.
Great range, great range.
Brand new life. Brand new life.
It's a really tight production. This is what I'm telling you, Derek. This is some of the better like structured like record production here. Like it's tight, it's consistent, it's intro, verse hook, bridge outro, like bridge hook outro. It's really tight, it's really dynamic. I mean, that's a powerful song with good pacing and good dynamics. And it's 2 minutes and 52 seconds. You know what I mean? Like it's sharp. It's really, really well structured. Wiz, welcome in. For Brosen, welcome in as well. Can you play Profugos by Soda Stereo? If you want to submit music, if it's music that you're attached to or that you're connected to in any way, everything is at the link in my bio. Just follow the steps there, and you'll be ready to go. This is our first song, so we're just hopping on. We're just getting things moving. I have been having some kind of technical difficulties over the last couple days, so I'm hoping some of these work out over the next coming days. But it's been giving me a whole bunch of issues, so I'm trying to kind of work them out, and hopefully TikTok does its thing and it's okay. And we'll be able to get through some music today. But yeah, if anybody would like to submit your music, again, these are 20 to 30-minute detailed consultations. We're going to really dive into your music, listen to it a couple times. If you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. Just follow the steps there and we'll get you on the board. But y'all show some love to Derek Bennett Music right here in the chat. Derek Bennett Music right here in the chat. That's the family, man. We love and adore Derek and what he does, man. He's a very, very talented, very prolific producer, man. I'm excited for you. He said, wait until you hear my new rock metal stuff. You're getting me hyped about this stuff, Derek. You know I love it. You know I love a lot of the different things that you do. But there's something about these like really structured records where I feel like I get to hear you. What's up, Aiton? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing. Where I really get to see you flex the production, but not only the production. What I also think is like you're working with other musicians too. What does Cage System? Meal, I'm not. What do you mean? What do you mean? You working with other vocalists, you working with other like really talented musicians and producers as well. I feel like that is also challenging you in another way that is causing you to rise to another level to kind of meet that challenge and meet kind of, what they do as well and fit it into the structure here. You know what I mean? So I'm loving the direction that you're going. I love all the things that you do, but hearing these records, hearing the rock records, hearing the country records and stuff like that, it just has such structure to it that I feel like it really allows your productions to shine. And that to me, I'm really getting to see kind of another side of your music that I think is really powerful. Tasha, welcome in. Keegan, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here. Y'all, please show some love to Derek. Let me double check a couple things here. Melly's in the building. What's up, Melly? Once again, if you would like to submit your music, Road Warrior, I got you. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. If you would like to submit your music, everything is at the link in my bio. Just follow the steps there and we'll get you up on the board ready to go. D Busy's in the building. What's up, D Busy? What's up? What's up? Good to see you, man. Sendoc, welcome in. Once again, if you want to submit, link in my bio. You'll see everything that you need right there. We got Rampage in the building. Let's get it. D Busy's in the chat. Let's go, y'all. Hopefully, we can get through a lot of music today. All technology willing. Hopefully, we can get some things flowing here. But I have been running into issues, and I'm hoping TikTok just does its thing and it stops being annoying. Can I submit it for free or only for money? Yeah, there's no free line. This is not a quick review. This is a long form consultation. It is a paid service, so it starts at 10. If you want to go past that or go faster, you can. That's completely up to you. But this is a paid service. It's a 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultation on the structure of your music. Rhino's in the building. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, D Busy. So good to see you, man. 47 is good to see you in here as well. If you're on TikTok, do me a huge favor. Tap the screen. Make sure you're sharing out the live. Don't forget to send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream. But let's get it, man. Let's get into this next track. This is Rampage live by the Road Warrior. The song was literally fueled by pure rage and the memories of driving around the streets of San Andreas as a child. Let's get into it. Road Warrior, give me details. I want to hear production details, mix details. Let me know. Just talk to me about the role that you play in your music. Geez, maybe you can. Maybe you can make a little free consultation for me, please. I'm just 15. I don't have no money. Yeah, no worries. I mean, there's plenty of spaces for reviews and just quick stuff like that. And that's just not what we do, right? It's like we mentioned earlier, it's like going to one place and asking for a different thing. What we do in this live stream are long consultations. I'm not going to switch it to something else. I love that you're producing at 15, dude. That's amazing. I love that you're working on your stuff. There's never any pressure to submit. I never want you to feel any pressure to submit. But the structure of what we do here is just really, really valuable, long form, detailed consultations. And then there's a ton of other places with free lines. I mean, just scroll a couple times and I can almost assure you're going to find a live music review that has like a free line and skips or something like that. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of people on here to do it. What's up, Aiton? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing fantastic today. Yeah, there's a ton of places, man. And honestly, what I would say, Gouda, too, a lot of the benefit of this, too, is just the things that we're talking about as well, that even if it's not your song, hopefully you can learn from it. And there's a lot of other incredibly talented producers and artists and musicians that come through this chat as well. Some with, Grammys and charts and stuff like that. So feel free to hang out a little bit, even if if you're not able to get a submission on the board or anything like that. I always wanted to be a place where people are gaining value no matter what. So feel free to hang out, chat with people, connect with people, and gain some experience that way as well. I've gotten so many opportunities just from networking with people, connecting with people that are skilled in the thing that I wanted to, pursue as well. I mean, I remember being a musician, and being like an early instrumentalist in my, my teens and even younger than that. I've been playing drums since I was 4, classically trained piano since I was 6, guitar since I was 8. Was playing, using Pro Tools since I was 12 years old. Like I remember being a musician in the days, and I wish that I would have had some more mature people around me that understood the thing that I was trying to pursue. So Ben, feel free to hang out, even if you're not able to get on the board. There's never any pressure. I would never want to do that at all. But even if you're not able to get up or get a song heard, network with people, talk to people, ask questions, and hopefully you can gain some experience and gain a community in that as well. Let me see. We played this live. Opal, welcome in. We played this live on the Super Satan show out of Cincinnati last May. All right, let's get into it. This is Rampage by the Road Warrior. And then, Road Warrior, give me details, man. Talk to me about production, anything like that. Talk to me about the role that you play. Are you the vocalist? So on and so on. Even now, you're right. It's one of the only ones that I have right now. It's one of the only ones that I have right now. It's brutal. Aiton, I don't want to hear it. Aiton, I can't. In fact, I can't do it. I can't do it. We're switching. Hold on. I can't do it. Opal, good to see you. Brent, welcome in. You convinced me, man. It's just one of the only hats. It's one of the only hats that I had out, man. I'm going through it, man. I'm going through it right now. It was a tough night. It was a tough night. Where's Ben? Wait, what? Who's Ben? Lead singer, guitar, songwriter here. We're a 3-piece, and this track has our old drummer. Okay, sounds good. Let's dive in. Once again, rough time for Spurs fans, man. It is. Gouda. It's Gouda. a couple. I don't know if they're still in here. I don't. Gouda, let me know if you're still in here. But there were a couple up in the chat. Yeah, it's a rough time. For those of you who don't know, I live in San Antonio. I've grown up in. I've lived in. We were in Dallas for 2.5 years, but grew up in San. I've lived in San Antonio my whole life, and largely my whole life. It's not a fun time right now. It's not having a great time right now. It's brutal out here. Music you've made, music that you're attached to, related to in any ways. So if you're a musician that played on something, if you're a producer, if you're an artist, you're a vocalist, you were a songwriter, you collaborated with someone, you engineered a record, whatever it may be, this is about you. This is about your music. Speaking of, this is Rampage by The Road Warrior. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's see. Things are loading a little bit slow right now. Let me see. I write songs, wanted to be a producer when I was younger, went to college, but dropped out, had a family. Hold on. Let me see. Psy Trans Gym in the building. Welcome in, y'all. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Give me a second. It's loading slow. Let me see what's going on here. Let me try refreshing it. Do. Spotify can't play this right now. There we go. What's up, Magic? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Less party sound is a brilliant way to put it. I need to do a video on my bass setup in here. I love my bass setup in my current studio. It sounds phenomenal. I don't think it showed anyone, but it's so good. And you said there's a new drummer now, currently speaking, right? Yeah, right, exactly. I don't actually have a jazz. I have two basses, neither of which are a jazz. I'm trying to look at what I have. Hold on. It's on the wall over there. Okay, nice. This is concise structure. Let's go. Y'all, show some love. That is The Road Warrior Rampage live right here in the chat. So this is all tracked. Dude, I love the bass solo at the end. Brilliant. This is all tracked live, I think is what you said, right? I'm going through the chat and like reading things at the same time here. So let me just see. Switch to a different amp. Let me see. Just catching up. We played this live. Yeah, okay. You played all this live, totally live, one take. That is not it. So I'll make some assumptions here. Let me know if it's true. Just kind of based on some of the things that we're hearing. Was this multi-tracked live, and then that was it, and that was ready to go? Guy by the name of Krusty mixed it. Let's go. Why does that remind me of Simpsons? Was it like multi-tracked live and that was the mix, 2-track out is done? Or was it multi-tracked on a drive sent to an engineer, and then they balanced it after the fact, but it was all tracked live. Let me know. Psytrance, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it so much. We're going to run back through the song as we always do. We're going to break it down. We're going to talk about some details. There's a lot that I love about this. There's a lot that I want to dive into. So this is Rampage Live by the Road Warrior, multi-track live retouch for post-show release. Beautiful. Love it. That's the way you should do it. No, any day. That's the way that you should do it. Obviously, if it's a phenomenal mix live, the thing with a live mix that is actually live, 2-tracked out, and that's complete is the room has so many of the nuances. You know what I mean? Like what you're hearing in the room is not necessarily what is the best sound or like the best direct sound when you're tracking, right? Because as the engineer front of house, you're dealing with so many other issues, right? One is the direct bass sound if you're miking a cab on there or going direct into the system, and the other is how that reacts with the room when people are in there and stuff like that. So I highly recommend if you're ever going to do any live tracking, and we've worked with a couple artists and bands in here that do some live tracking. There's some cool bands that have come through that do it. You're doing live tracking and stuff like that. You know, Tascam has some great multi-tracking mixers for stuff like this. There's a lot of different ways that you can do it. But even just through interfaces and stuff like that, through USB. But multi-track and then send it off with the multi-track with full track outs. That way you can still work in some of that, work in some of the textures and character that you want, dub as necessary if it's possible and if it's needed, if there was an issue in the sound or anything like that, and then make sure that everything is clean and balanced. But let's run it from the top really quick. Rock and roll voice and good care. 100%. This feels very classic. It feels raw, it feels organic, and I don't want to take that away. This is not supposed to be a modern pop record. This is supposed to be raw. It's supposed to be grungy. It's supposed to be, you need that warm spit of tone. That's a fact, actually. You do. We need that beautiful, like, optical clarity. You know what I'm saying? But let's get it. Let's run it from the top really quick. If you would like to submit your music, we're going to keep rolling with consultations here for as long as we can. I want to be on for a couple hours tonight. If you would like to submit your music for a deep dive into your song, your music, everything is at the link in my bio. Just follow the steps there and we'll get you up in the line. You can find the line there as well. If y'all are on TikTok, do me a huge favor and make sure that you're tapping the screen, share out the live, and then don't forget to send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream as well. But let's run it from the top. Let's run it from the top, and let's get into it. And Ridiculous, I got yours as well. I appreciate you so much. I just saw yours on the list as well. Let's run it. This is fun. Of course, appreciate it. I love that this is all live. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Thank you, Flame. Tom, thank you for the follow. Appreciate y'all. I'm gonna back it up here just a little bit. Now, there's things that I'll talk about that are more tonally speaking and less. I mean, this is obviously a live record, right? So being that this is, Tom, appreciate you. Ridiculous, thank you so much for the Go Populars, the heartbeat. I appreciate you. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate it. Flame, yes, there is a line. If you go to the link in my bio and click on the submit right there, there's a queue as well as the place to submit. If you wanna check out those right there. My rig is my Vox modeling an AC30 through an EQD plumes. Dude, I just got an AC. There's a whole story behind it, so I haven't posted it yet or really done anything with it. It's a whole story behind this AC15 that I got. It's a special edition burgundy AC15 C1, the single 12. And it sounds so beautiful and it sounds so amazing. I had to like 8 years ago, man. About 8 years ago, something like that. 8 years ago, I had to pawn off literally like all of my music equipment. I hit financial times, and it's like it was either my car was going to get taken away like the next day if I didn't pay this huge chunk of money because I was behind. This again 8 or 9 years ago, something like that. And that included my whole collection of guitars. It included my old AC, my classic AC15. It included a bunch of other stuff. and had to get rid of it all and never got it back since then. And I'd built a bunch of other studio setups, and I'd set up a bunch of different rooms before, and just never got around. I had a Fender DeVille in here for a while, 410, which I loved, but I never got the AC-15 back. And I finally got one again, and it's beautiful, dude. I love the way that it looks. It's so pretty. So anyways, anytime I hear the Vox in here, that beautiful British chime, it makes me very, very happy. It's such, I love Vox, man. And I have a Gretsch as well, and the Gretsch Vox combination is just something so special. It is for me. It's a tone that I've always loved. It just makes me happy anytime that I hear it. AC30, for those who love, I used to play at AC32, and then I had let that go for the AC15 back because it was just too much. I was in like small rooms. I was in like a small room setting up a studio at a small house, and I was like, there's no reason in any world that I would need an AC30. It was I could barely even get it to break up. You know what I mean? Like I could barely get the tubes hot just because it was so loud. It's so loud so easily. Same with the Fender that I had a Fender 410 DeVille, and that thing is like 60 watt 410 DeVille. And it was just such a monster. That's one of the reasons why I got rid of the DeVille and got the Vox again. Is that I couldn't push it hard enough, you know. And this is not a huge studio space. It's like I couldn't push it hard enough, and so I needed something that would break up a little bit lower. B52 cabinet as well. Best speakers ever. Gorgeous. Okay, let's. I want to run it from the top. I want to get into some of these details here. Vox Me's My Teeth Hurt. I love it. It's my favorite. I would like to get another solid state amp in here, just for different tonal, you know, characteristics, but I love it so much, man. It makes me happy. Okay, let's keep it running. Bassman's solid. I played one. There was a studio next to me, and I had a small studio space in Dallas before we moved back to San Antonio. And the studio next to me, there's a couple studios in the building. The studio next to me, this guy had a huge collection of like tens. He probably had $100,000 worth of amps in there. You know, at the very least, tens of thousands of dollars worth of amp. He showed me one. I forget what it was called. This boutique amp setup. It was like one amp and a head. It was like 15 grand. Crazy setup. The guy was a collector. Had a $30,000 like collector edition Jimi Hendrix, you know, guitar, like whatever. He's crazy. Anyways, he had a Bassman there. There was the matchless like the DC-15s. I got to play. It was a Duesenberg setup. It was a Duesenberg Star Player TV, the Blue Crackle, but a Duesenberg Star Player TV through a matchless DC-15. One of the most. I wish they still made the matchless, but one of the most beautiful sounding setups I've ever played. The Star Player TV was absolutely gorgeous. At the time I was playing, I just got to test the Duesenberg. It wasn't one that I owned, but at the time I was playing a Duojet, a Gretsch Duojet. Through, I think at the time it was just the AC30. That was the setup that I had at the time. And I got to trial the Star Player TV through the matchless DC, and that's a special tone. Anyway, sorry. Back to the song. ADHD's kicking in hard. All right, focus. No, you're good. It's my fault. Sammy Beast, welcome in. I've got nerves of steel and fire in my veins. It seems there's no stopping me. When it seems my anger starts to wane, I can tell that I won't be free. I'm on a rampage. Good luck with that. You're gonna need help. Can I tell? I mean, I love Road Warrior. I love so much about this. This feels raw. It feels organic. It feels grungy. There's Aiden. Welcome in. Appreciate you tapping in. Yuhel, thank you so much for joining the stream. Everything's at the link in my bio. There's so much about this that I really enjoy. It feels like it should be an intro to a movie. You know what I mean? Like it has a lot of natural characteristics to it that I love. And it's obviously not perfect, which is some of the draw of it. This is part of what's attractive about this music, is it's flawed. It's dirty, it's grungy, it's nasty, it makes you feel emotion, it's real. And so I like a lot of those aspects of it. Can I tell you Magic, don't Magic, no voice memos, Magic. No goddamn voice memos. Magic just says every song needs a filtered it needs a filtered voice memo, and it doesn't, dude. Not this one. I'll give you most songs. This one does not need a filtered voice memo to start it out. It does need more ridiculous. It does need cowbell. That's actually true. Cowbell or voice memos are the only two. Here's the only thing I don't like. And this is an engineering thing, and it is like my hard rule for this. Even though there's very, 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 very few hard rules in this, I can't stand. And it's probably because I'm a drummer and I've been drumming since I was 4 years old. I've got a live kit. I love drums. I love mixing drums. I love playing them. I can't stand audience perspective drum mixing. And it's just a thing that my brain can't get over because it throws off everything that my brain knows about hearing drums. And so this is nothing wrong with the mix. There's Grammy-winning, Billboard charting engineers that mix audience perspective. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not a rule. It's my rule. It's, and there's a lot of engineers that agree, but it's just my little thing. I don't like audience for whatever reason. It feels very, very unnatural. It feels very unnatural. And I've talked to other people that aren't drummers, right? They wouldn't know drummers' perspective. And they also said that it sounds more natural to them to have toms moving right, to have overhead split to the right, and have the natural directs being panned over to the right as well. That's a personal preference. So I'm not saying that there's something wrong with them. It's like wrong to me, but it's not wrong in general. It's very, subjective to the engineer. I love a drummer perspective mix. And for those of you who don't know, the drummer's perspective just means when you're sitting at a drum set, you have your hats and your snare to the left, you have kick down the middle, you have a high tom on the left, another rack tom kind of center to right, and your floor tom on the bottom left. So when you're mixing drummer perspective, the lower the tom, the mix moves to the right. This is the opposite. So everything's flipped to where when you're playing the toms to the right, the mix moves to the left. And it messes with my mind. It is not a wrong thing. There's a lot of people that do it, but I prefer to hear a drummer's perspective mix on the drums. Hillbilly, welcome in. When the drums all around the 100%, right? Like I love a good wide stereo mix on the overheads, good sounding rooms, you know what I mean? And then get a high tom left, 70% this way, 60% this way, 80%, all the way to the right over here, kick and snare down the middle, open everything else up, hats maybe to the left a little bit. But I do love a drummer perspective mix. Like I said, that's not like an issue with the mix or anything like that. It just comes down to preference and stuff like that. And that happens to be my preference. I personally send you a track I mixed, you'd enjoy the drums. I mean, you can send it to me. I can't promise that I'm going to hear. I get, as you can maybe imagine, even outside of just the stream here, I get sent so much music. So part of my challenge with when people just send me music randomly is I spend all day working on music. So that's what I do full time. So full time, I'm doing session work, I'm doing productions, I'm doing mixing and mastering all day. I'm working on stuff. And then if I have time, I hop on for 2 or 3 hours and I do some consultations on here. And then I get off. It's really hard for me to turn off that. And I also need to protect my ears. So, and people are just constantly sending me mixes and sending me, random stuff. So I can try to, I just won't promise that I'll listen to it. I'll go ahead and send it to me. You can send it to, or you might even be able to DM it to me. I'm not positive. You might be able to DM it to me. I don't know how that would work. But I am challenged to get to when people dude, just check out this thing. I'm not very motivated to, just because I listen to so much music. Okay, let me keep going. I'm on a rampage. Get your stitches out, 'cause you'll need more than one. That chorus adds a nice little stereo texture in there too, because it is just a single guitar handling everything. I mean, there really isn't it's just bass handling rhythm, and then single guitar panned left with a chorus that gives it some right stereo information. It doesn't sound double tracked. So you really only have, a bass, drums, and guitar handling everything that's going on. I mean, that's a tough gig. That's a lot to work out with just 3 instruments right there. And so it's really nice having, we already talked, you mentioned the bass earlier. That can be, I would love a little bit more low end, maybe lower, inversions, and maybe a little bit of distortion. I think a little bit of saturation on the bass would be nice too. Break it up a little bit. But I think even with that, there's a pretty good job keeping things nice and open. Adding the chorus in stereo definitely helps that guitar because there isn't a full double track to handle rhythm the whole time and lead the whole time. So having a little bit of stereo information with that chorus definitely helps. It's subtle, but it's there.
If I've got patience, it's wearing thin, and I think you should close your lips. Doctor, you don't know.
AT40, welcome in.
And you're wrong when you think I can quit. I'm on a rampage. Good luck with that. You're gonna need it when I'm done. I'm on a rampage. Get your stitches out.
It's good for it's a really good for a live recording. Do y'all have studio stuff too?
'Cause you'll need more.
Oh, you have a ton of music out. You have a ton of music out. Nice.
Good luck with that. You're
To tour a studio in Cleveland in a couple weeks. Beautiful. Because if this is how good and how pocketed y'all are with a live recording, y'all are locked in. Y'all are locked in. Got to get the first album together. I love that y'all have released a slew of singles, live performances, like a lot of really energetic stuff. Previous to doing a full title and then doing a full album. I think that's awesome. I think that y'all are doing a lot of things right. This is great, man. It's really, really well done.
Get your stitches out, 'cause you'll need more than one.
Yeah, you can hear how like the bass itself is very like it's very clean, it's very sharp, it's very transient, as opposed to like I think a little like the guitar is very dirty, the vocal has a lot of nasty energy to it. It's not clean, it's not pure, it's got some edge to it, it's got some breakup, some fry to it. The actual performance itself is looser, and so I really appreciate that about everything else in the performance itself. And so like you already mentioned, so I don't want to harp on it, but I do wish that on a record like this, the guitar carried a little bit more of that grunge too, and a little bit more of that kind of like that angst and that tension of having a little bit of breakup on it, not being so clean, not so DI, and a bit of saturation, a bit of overdrive, and a little bit of a sharper mix. I think would be nice. Monix, welcome in. Thanks for tapping in. Everything's at the link in my bio. If anyone would like to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. Great musicianship. Get that tom over to the right. Get the tom over to the right. It's killer, man. It's really, really well done. Arrow, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Or it's Aru, maybe. Thank y'all so much for tapping in. Y'all, please show some love. Please show some love. Let me see right here. To the Road Warrior. I got to make sure I get all the name right here. Show some love to the Road Warrior. That song is called Rampage. It is a live version of it. The fact that y'all live tracked all of this is amazing. That takes skill. That takes discipline. That takes a really, really good pocket from drums, bass, all the way to vocal production. I think you're in a really, really good spot, and I'm so excited to hear more from y'all, man. Show some love to the Road Warrior. Cool name for a band too. Three-piece carrying all of the energy right there. I think y'all are doing a fantastic job. Fantastic. Just get the tom over to the right. Y'all are amazing, man. Please show some love one more time. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling, some of y'all coming in asking about songs. If you would like to submit your music, you absolutely can. Lines are wide open. If you would like to submit, keep in mind these are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen, deep dive consultations on the structure of your music. We're going to go through, depending on who's here, depending on kind of the goal of what you're doing. We'll dive into mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song formatting. Everyone comes in with a different level of expertise, different genres, different styles, different levels of quality. We'll hear everything from live shows like we just heard to voice memos of people humming melodies, and we'll help them, build progressions and stuff over that, to Grammy winning and Billboard charting musicians and producers. So it's going to be a huge spread of quality and style and genre. This is not a place necessarily that people come just to flex their music. It is a deep dive. It's a long form consultation where we really get into the details of the music, or ideally really hone in on the nuances of a lot of the details of your music, especially if you're coming in with pain points. A lot of people come in and be like, I can't get this vocal mix right. What am I doing wrong? And we dive into those details and hopefully offer some actionable feedback. So anyways, if you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. You can check the line there as well, just in case you want to see where you would be, or if you want to skip forward or anything like that. All of that's at the link in my bio. Okay, let's keep it rolling. Hey, shout out to Road Warrior. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that a lot. Let's see. Great song, 100%. I want to make it music at home. I only got a PC and a laptop. I want to be an artist. How should I start? I mean, the starter would be just being able to record yourself. So you have a PC and a laptop. Get you a large diaphragm condenser or a dynamic microphone to capture your vocal, your instrument, whatever you may do, and get a halfway decent interface. You don't have to do anything expensive at all. You don't have to do anything expensive at all. If you're wanting to know what I would start out with, if you wanted a budget of, let's say, $250 and under, I would get a Lewitt LCT 240 Pro for your microphone, and I would get a Universal Audio Volt 1. That'll give you an input for an instrument and or a microphone. And it'll give you a large diaphragm condenser, which you could track your vocals on. You could track an acoustic guitar. You could put a single mic over some drums. You could do whatever you want with that. That'll give you what you need to start, to just get moving, start tracking something. That would be my recommendation as far as just like getting things moving. And then it's just execution at scale. I think the thing that people don't do early on is just executing at scale. They try to make the best song first. And so they spend all of their time honing this, editing this, spending all of this time trying to make this one thing great, as opposed to just writing 1,000 songs, playing guitar 1,000 times, producing 1,000 beats. You got to put in the work. You got to put in the time over time to just, flex that muscle over and over and over again. Otherwise, there's no edit points. There's no time for you to like pivot and move around and edit things. And so if you want to get good as an artist, you want to get good as a musician, like I do a lot of session stuff. And a lot of the reason why I'm able to get paid doing session stuff is because I have done this stuff thousands and thousands of times. I've been playing piano since I was 6 years old, classically trained, guild, all of that stuff. Like I've been playing it for forever. So when people hire me for synths, which is a lot of what I do, they hire me for synthesis, like hardware analog synths. They hire me for keys or whatever, even tracking drums and tracking guitar and stuff like that. A lot of it is because I've done it 100 times, thousands of times. So anyways, that's what I would recommend. If you're just getting started, you want to be an artist, you want to be, I'm not even speaking from a place of being a big artist or anything like that in any way, but just from the work that I do, the work that I get paid for. Do it at scale. Get what you need to start. You can always upgrade later. There's plenty of expensive mics and expensive interfaces and gear and stuff you can get. Start simple, start easy. When you reach a pain point in that process where your skill has surpassed the quality of the thing that you're, the thing that you're working with, then of course you can, make the decision if you want to upgrade or not. But most people don't reach that point for a very long time. So start simple, start cheap, and build from there. Ellie Cash in the building. What's up, Ellie Cash? Welcome in. Med, appreciate you tapping in. Monix, if you would like to submit your music, go to the link in my bio and just submit your music there. You can check the line there, so on and so on. We've got Ridiculous in the building. Ridiculous, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here. I'm a vocalist. I write all of my own lyrics. This is not professionally mixed. I'm trying to learn on my own. I also have a better mic now. Beautiful. What did you have? I love talking about gear, similar to what we were just talking about. Let me know what you came from, what you're going into right now. And then talk to me really quickly about your production. So obviously you're the vocalist, you're writing your own lyrics, you're tracking yourself with the mic that you have. Talk to me about where you're getting production. Is this BeatStars leases, YouTube MP3 downloads? You're working with session musicians or producers, so on and so on. Same with mixing, stuff like that. NG, welcome in. Antoine, appreciate you tapping in. Hi from France. Can you play Bendy Organize by Jewel, please? If you want to submit, everything is at the link in my bio. I had a blue Logic Pro, and I have a Scarlett Studio. Okay, so you got the mic, headphones, and interface now. Nice. Let's get into it. This is Ridiculous. The song is called Whiskey and Tears, and this is only on SoundCloud right now. Hold on, let me get this pushed up here real quick. There we go. Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate you, man.
When I was in love with you, I was stone cold sober. But now you're gone, I stay hungover. On these tears spilling like whiskey down my throat. Cheers to me and the ghost of
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the follow. Axel, appreciate it.
They
Talk to me about the production a little bit.
Making a fool of me. I can't escape these memories. I wish it was you chasing me. This whiskey can only keep me warm, warm for so long. Wishing you would come home, but the stars, they're all gone.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. If y'all want to submit, just go to the link in my bio. Everything's right there. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I could hear that. That's why I was curious. If there was actual changes in musicianship, it's always fun to break that down. But even if the instrumental is AI, I could hear some of the aliasing, I could hear some of the high-end stuff there. So I was just curious.
These mistakes, they are my constant company. Sorrow's making a fool out of me. Can't escape these memories. I wish it was you chasing me.
You got a great voice. Really, really nice voice. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That is ridiculous. Whiskey and tears. Yeah, you have an awesome voice. I mean, obviously there's a lot of skill, there's a lot of heart, there's a lot of emotion there. So I want to dig into it. I want to get into some of the details here. And then let me know too, let me know kind of what some of your plan is on the production side too. If you want to kind of keep moving in the way that you are, just so I have some clarity on maybe where I can direct you, or if you have a plan on getting it produced and getting it built out, getting real session musicians on there over time, even if it takes a while, maybe one instrument at a time or one production piece at a time. Let me know kind of what your goal is, so that way I can kind of direct my attention on the best way to support you, best way to kind of give you kind of tools and kind of where to go from there. Angel, good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. I'd love to get a live band for it. Yes, dude. You know who would be great? Let me say, dude, but you know what would be great would be Derek. I mean, there's a lot of people that could do some great stuff on here. I mean, this is fun. I love playing guitar on records like this. It's fun. But Derek Senna would be a really cool producer for a record like this too. But a live band would be great. Get some solos in the background, get some energy in the background. I think it would be awesome. This is a really cool background here as well. Sounds good, Shines. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you tapping as well. Thank y'all so much for joining the stream today. I really appreciate it. If anyone is interested in submitting, everything's at the link in my bio. Just follow the steps there. You can see the line there, see the queue if you want to. We're chilling today. We're keeping it nice and simple. I'm retesting some technical things that I was having issues with a couple days ago, so hopefully everything is working okay. And if it isn't, just let me know and I'll try to correct some things. But thank y'all so much for tapping in. If you want to submit for these consultations, you definitely still can. Just go to the link in my bio and then just read through and follow the steps there. Let's run this from the top. This is ridiculous. So one of the biggest things ridiculous that I want you to hone in on is song structure. One of the ways that people are going to, remember the song and latch onto it, and it actually carry some value later on, where they're replaying these melodies and these things that you said, is if there's a little bit more structure to it. Obviously, we can get this production built out. That is kind of the least of my worries. It's fairly easy. Not fairly easy. I mean, this has a lot of musicianship to it, but it's not that hard to do. You can find producers, you can find session musicians to build a lot of the structure here. That's not too crazy. But as far as song, none of that matters if the song in any of its formats feels disconnected, or feels like it's hard to kind of track, or it's hard to remember where you are in the song. When's the verse? When's the hook? When's the part that we all sing together on that chorus? You know what I mean? And so it's all of those little details right there that, to me, session musicians can come, a band can come, getting a great engineer on here, that can all happen in the future. The structure of the song itself, how you perceive the lyrics that are being sung, that matters more than anything. So I really want to dig into that part of it, because that to me is going to dictate everything else that follows. Nate, it's so good to see you, Nate. I hope you're doing amazing today. Thanks for stopping by, man. Ben, welcome into the chat as well. Thanks for joining. All right, let's keep it rolling. This is ridiculous. The song is called Whiskey and Tears, but what is not in question is your voice. You do have some great lyrics here. You do have an awesome voice. I mean, it's energetic, it's soulful, it cuts through, and I love that you have a different mic now too. I think it's going to give you a little bit more of a more broad, capturing of your vocal that I think is going to be really, really helpful. Going from I've gone through all of these stages of having different levels of different price points and different qualities of microphones over my career, from $50 microphones to $100 microphones to $800 to thousands of dollars. Like, going through those tiers, like, you don't really realize how big of a difference it makes until you do it, and then you're like, oh, this is different. Even for you, going from the blue to the scarlet, if and when you go from a scarlet to something else, it's like you're gonna really feel those jumps. And I can almost assure you that you will become more confident in your voice as it's captured better too. That's something that I have experienced with my own vocals, but also in working with so many different artists, that when they get a microphone that sounds better than the one they had before, any piece of gear that makes them sound better than they did before, it's not that it's all about the gear. A lot of it is the person that's using the tool. But when it sounds better, they become more open and more confident when they're performing as well, because they're not coming up against issues that they were before, of it sounding tinny and harsh and sibilant, or just being way too boomy and distorted, and they can't gain stage it properly and they get frustrated. And that can limit your ability to feel like you can just unlock another gear for your vocals, for your projection and stuff like that. So I love that you're taking that step. I think that's really powerful. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. This is ridiculous. It's called Whiskey and Tears. It's unreleased at this point, but I'm excited to dive in. But let's mainly talk about song structure, because that to me is the most important piece of this puzzle. And then once again, y'all, if you want to submit your music, go to the link in my bio. Everything is right there. I appreciate y'all tapping in so much. Stefan, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you being here. Everything's at the link in my bio. You can read through all the steps there, and we'll get you up in line, ready to go. And you can also check the line there as well. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let me back it up here real quick. So we're kind of... So we'll go like C minor, G minor, C minor here. Let me back it up. So G minor. D sharp major. Yeah, so to the D sharp major. Starts at 10. Can you read my music? Ali, dance, Habibi. Yeah, 100%. Everything's at the link in my bio. If you want to submit, just go to the link in my bio, read through and follow the steps there. You can check the line there as well. If you want to kind of see where you would be, or if you want to move yourself to another part, you absolutely can. We'll be on for hopefully, ideally, maybe another, hour, couple hours, something like that. So we have this, dun, 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 and there's like the four that we're moving to right there. So as far as like this production itself, the structure of it is not very complex. Some of the musicianship is, right? Like what you're hearing of these guitar riffs and some of the lines and movements, some of the more classical piano movements and stuff like that, following these chromatic movements, like a lot of that right there is a bit more complex, of course, when you're working with like, soul and jazz musicians and fusion musicians and stuff like that. That's a space where the song that we're hearing is AI, actually music. So you definitely can. So the whole production that we're hearing right here is actually AI. So we're talking about like rebuilding that with production and like how to push that forward and stuff like that, how to build song structure over it. I tried to submit a song, but it wanted payment. Yep, it is a paid consultation. It is a paid service. There's no free line or a skip. It starts at 10. And then, of course, if you want to go faster, you can. But the actual production structure itself is not overly complex. It's largely a G minor right here to a D sharp major. Now there's more happening, right? Like again, some chromatic movements, some, more soulful guitar in the background. The soloing is interesting. D sharp, and then it walks down. There's the D minor, right? So we have this, and then back up. But it's not, to the D major. There's nothing crazy complex about it. It's like G minor, D sharp major, D major falling underneath it, and then back. It kind of just keeps going through that. And there's a couple times that it changes. So my suggestion, and again, the reason why I'm mentioning this is I want to find like what is happening during your verse, then what's going to happen during your hook, and how can we start to take this song and separate it into different segments so that it becomes a verse and it becomes a hook. And your sound design, so the instruments that are playing and what they're playing, the vocals and what they're singing and how they're singing it and how that's layered, are specific to the moment and the song that we're in, starting to segment out into a verse and a hook and a bridge and stuff like that. That's a little bit of what I'm looking for here. What you don't want is for the structure itself to feel kind of like a run-on sentence, where it's just like it kind of just it's got a cool energy and a cool sound, but it just kind of keeps going in a straight line. And we really don't get any dynamic range of it like lifting or becoming more intimate and more vulnerable. The production changing dramatically. It can feel like it's a lot of the same progression and a lot of the same, sound design, a lot of the same kind of vocal dynamic and range. And so now I want to start finding some moments, like how can we shift the energy here to kind of take the audience on a little bit more of a journey musically and lyrically, of course, as well. John, if you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. Great voice, though. Great voice.
But now you're gone, I stay hungover. All these tears spilling like whiskey down my throat. Cheers to me and the ghost of these same mistakes.
Again, great energy behind that performance. Great range. This to me is kind of like a B section to your verse. So kind of settle into the end here. So now I want to move into a hook here. There's, so now we're going to move to the C minor. Now we're moving progression here. So this is where, when you hear this energy shift, even on this percussion, so this progression here. So this whole first part, treat as like a verse and like a second verse, right? You have like two moments here. The guitar comes in that shifts the energy a little bit. It's a consistent verse and then a second verse. When the drums come in here, production-wise, this is where I would place a hook. And so I would have like a specific melody that you target, that has some repetition to it, that has some structure to it, that you can actually add in multiple parts of the song. So it doesn't just feel like each lyric that's sung, each thing that you feel is spontaneous every time that it happens. Spontaneous can work, like freestyle, spontaneous stuff can work really, really well. One time through. The problem with it then is that there's no pattern recognition that kicks in for the listener to remember it. So you don't have any of those like sticky, catchy, repeated elements of it, even if they're still really soulful and energetic, for the listener to grab onto, for their brain to recognize as pattern and start kind of locking in. And so that's one of the things that I'm missing here is like, let's say this has a full band of phenomenal session musicians. It's mixed beautifully. You've got a new microphone and a powerhouse vocal, and you get all this taken care of. It could sound amazing the first time through, right? And we spend 3 minutes or so, 3 to 3.5 minutes hearing the song, and everyone might like it. But because of the psychology behind music, 45 seconds after this song existing and the next song playing on a playlist or on the radio or on social media or wherever, we've already forgotten it because there was none of that pattern, right? A lot of what allows us to remember things is that pattern. It's that repetition. And that can happen obviously right off the back of each other, or it can happen in multiple segments of the song. In your case, this is a little bit looser. I don't mind a little bit looser, especially in a genre like this where it's bluesy and it's got a lot of edge to it. I don't mind your vocal free flowing a little bit more vocal runs, more edge to it. But we need to have probably a couple times in the song where we come back to something specific that locks us in and lets us know kind of where we're at. So when these drums come in, like I was saying, when these drums come in, that to me, this is hook. This is where we reach a hook. That's where I would put a consistent portion of the song that you come back to a couple times. So. So like right there, we're really, really close. So the I would go back. Whatever, you know what I mean? Like have some of those, like when you have this edge, have a repetition, back to it, close at least, and you go back to that line again, and then you can have some changes from it. You can go away from it for a second, but then maybe we come back again for another moment. That you're kind of close to it, but it changes slightly every time. And because it changes slightly every time that you go back to a lyric or you go back into a different melody, that's one other little kind of rabbit trail that the brain has to go on to like hear a new piece of information and remember it. And then it goes back to a new piece of information, a new piece of information. If the whole song is 96 different new pieces of information strung together, it's gonna be too hard to remember. So the more you can have like clear repetition of melody, like we're just talking about, and clear repetition of actual lyrics, like you do that part of a song again later with the exact same progression and lyric and maybe some different harmonies, maybe some different parts of the vocal, right? It doesn't have to be exactly the same, but very, very similar, the more likely people are to remember the song, latch onto it, and it become actually, you know, something that they're doing the dishes later on and they're humming, they're remembering those melodies because of that pattern recognition and the structure of the song. That's one of the biggest things I want you to focus on, because obviously you can sing. That's not in question. And we can get this produced out. That's not, you know, not going to be too much of an issue. It's going to come down to what song is performed over that people will remember. Not just does it sound good, because it can potentially sound amazing, but still be forgettable because of a lack of structure. So I want to hone in on that structure there too. JB, wow, welcome in. Alex, I appreciate you tapping in. Is it Tigar? Thank you so much for tapping in as well. I appreciate y'all being here. Great build up. It's a great spot for a lead solo here. Beautiful. Open it up. CO, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And then you'd bring this back down to like another verse, you know, same melody as the verse before. So like let's say like you go back to this, like this first part is here, right? Like if that's your melody, right? Or whatever. And it's something that that's like, if that's, I'm making this up on my own, but if that's like what your verse sounds like, then you go into the hook, kind of like what we were just talking about. It gets bigger, it's a higher register, the drums and everything come in. And then when you go back down to it, like maybe the guitar solos for a little bit, and we're gonna go into a verse 2. Then you'd go back into and you go back into that section again. And then when you do another hook, right? We have like a verse, big hook with that melody, go solo for a little bit, verse, same as the other verse, at least lyric, or at least melodically, very similar or close to the same as the other verse. Then we go back to a hook again that is maybe some of the same lyrics and same melody as the hook that you had before. If you have a more consistent structure like that, even if your vocal's a little bit more free flowing, even if you have, more vocal runs and kind of interesting textures to your vocal and stuff like that, the more consistent that pattern is, the more people are going to latch onto it. Because if the vocal has all of this angst and this emotion and this soul, and it has a pattern that's recognizable and it has a structure that's memorable, that's what's going to make this, absolutely like game changing for you. I mean, like think of who's the artist? Why can't I think Teddy Swims? Think of someone like Teddy Swims, kind of in this vein of like blues, bluesy pop, kind of alternative blues stuff that he does. It's very soulful, right? It's got a gospel edge to it and stuff. Like when you have like music like that, like part of what makes it so powerful is exactly what's going to happen on that hook. I lose control, whatever, like you know exactly what's going to happen there. Now, the rest of the song might ebb and flow a little bit, but that pocket is so locked in, and it doesn't feel rigid and sterile doing that. You know what I mean? Because you still have a powerhouse, soulful, bluesy vocal with some edge to it and great vocal range. The structure of knowing that we're going to go back to this melody and this register over that progression makes it so much more memorable. And that's what I want for your music. The last thing that you want is for you to be amazing at what you do, work with amazing engineers and amazing, producers and musicians and stuff like that, track an amazing song, and then it never reached people, right? And they never remember it and never grabs them. Even the message just never gets to as many people because it becomes forgettable, right? So that's the structure that I want you to focus on, because I really do think you have a ton of potential. You have a great voice. That's not in question at all. You have an awesome, and it's only going to sound better with, a newer microphone and stuff like that too, especially with the recording that you have here. So if that was like one thing, even though I spent 20 minutes talking about it, there's like one thing that I would put all of your focus in is figuring out, even with your current lyrics, how do I take my current lyrics and kind of paste them over a structure that has a little bit more repetition and a little bit of a better format? If you do that, I think people are going to gravitate to your music like that. I feel like people are going to feel your emotion, and that emotion is going to stick because they feel it in multiple waves throughout the song. In the same way that like your favorite emotional, like soulful record, gospel record, whatever it may be, you feel that wave of emotion every time you go back to that hook, or they do the high octave on the last hook. Like you go through waves of these emotions as you build context in your verses and you anthemize on your hooks. And so if you can create that in your music, people will go through those waves of motion repetitively through your song, and they'll feel it, they'll grab onto it, they'll latch onto it, and you're way more likely for that message and for your emotion and for your perspective to reach that many more people. I think you're awesome. Y'all show some love to Ridiculous. That is Whiskey and Tears by Ridiculous right here in the chat. Awesome voice. Awesome voice. I'm excited to kind of hear some of what you're doing as you build it out a little bit more too, especially in the context of where your production is coming from now. But I love what you do. Y'all please show some love. Ace TM, Ridiculous right there. Show some love. Quick reminder, if you would like to submit your music, let's see, Sia. Is Sia or Sia? Let me know. I got your submission as well. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for your song. We'll get into that in just a minute here. Quick reminder, if you would like to submit your music for a 20 to 30 minute consultation, everything is at the link in my bio. You can submit there. You can skip forward if you want to there, but that's all at the link in my bio if you would like to submit. Keep in mind, these are 20 to 30 minute breakdowns. They're long, they're detailed. We're going to really get into the nuances. It's different for everybody. In this instance, it was a generated production, so we're not talking about production as much. We're talking about lyric structure, formatting, vocal production. That might be different for the next artist, right? It's going to be a little bit all over the place depending on the value that, that would be, the most needed depending on who's in front of us. So if you want to submit your music, everything is at the link in the bio. Do me a huge favor. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit. But let's keep it going. We've got Tom in the building. Tom, I see you in the chat, so I know you're here. Red X, welcome into the chat as well. Let me refresh this real quick and make sure that I've got everything up to date. This is Run Like a Thief. Run Like a Thief by Tom. Here's a brand new song I finished recording last spring. Hope you like it. Tom, is it my first time hearing you? I think it is. I hear a lot of names. I see a lot of names, so I get confused sometimes. But if it's not, let me know. But if it's my first time hearing you, I want all the details. Talk to me about production. Beautiful. Talk to me about production. You're rolling it. Talk to me about the mix and you're rolling it. Vocals, writing, things of that nature. Finished recording last spring. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. And this one does look like it's out on all platforms. So anytime there's a song that's out, go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go show them some love and support, go follow on Spotify and other DSPs. Of course, make sure y'all follow every artist that gets on the stage right here in the chat as well. But let's run it. This is Run Like a Thief by Tom. Let me open it up on Spotify real quick. All right, here we go. It might take a second to load since I've got a lot on the router right now. Come on, let me refresh. There we go. In Sherbrooke QC, I think unfortunately your last comment I think got blocked on TikTok. If there's like a interesting word that you can imagine TikTok might have an issue with for any number of reasons, you can try to resend it or not. But sometimes it does it where I just get like a random response. I'm like, oh, hold on, what is that? But anyways, yeah, let me know. What's up, Hydra? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing tonight, man. Good to see you. All right, let's run it. Let's roll. It's time. Hell yeah, man. Okay, beautiful. That's you on guitar, though?
I think of your hips, I dream of your lips, I remember the smell of your skin.
Perfect.
If I would have known that you'd run away like a thief, I would have kept plenty more memories with me. If I would have known that you'd run away like a thief,
beautiful
I
voice.
would have framed every kiss that you gave me. In the morning I reach for your legs under the sheets, but no one filled that space when you left me. If I would have known that you'd run away like a thief, I would have kept plenty more memories with me. If I would have known that you'd run away like a
everything's
thief,
at the link in my bio.
I would have cherished every moment you gave me. Run down.
It's at the link, Hydra. It's at the link. Exclamation point submit. Everything's there now.
Run.
Yeah, everything's there. It's a new submission.
And run. Forget my name and run.
Woo!
You'd run away like a thief, I would have kept plenty more memories with me. If I would have known that you'd run away like a thief, I would have made myself more worthy and shiny.
Beautiful. Dynamics are great. Tom, this is awesome. There's the whistle. Really professional sound. Great mix. Great mix as well. Hold on. Absolutely, absolutely beautiful. Man, I'm excited to dive into this. I'm excited to dive into this. Man, show some love to Tom right here in the chat. I need everybody who's in here to go follow them. Go follow Tom, show him some love and support. It's the same name over on platforms and DSPs. If you want to stream the song is out on all platforms. So like I said, go stream it, go like it, go follow on DSPs, go add it to your playlist. Of course, follow on social platforms here as well. Nico, welcome in as well. Is it Existence? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for tapping in. If anybody would like to submit your music, everything is at the link in my bio. So you can go to the link in my bio. If you hit submit right there, you can check the queue if you would like to, and then you can also submit to kind of place yourself where you would like to in line, whether or not you want to go faster or get in order. But man, please show some love. So excited to hear you about it too. I'm excited. I'm excited to dive in. I'm excited to dive in. I am loving for one. Tracking is beautiful. It's clean. It's transparent. It's energetic. Vocal production is really pristine. Emmy, welcome in. I hope you're doing amazing. Welcome to the live. Vocal production is really, really transparent and beautiful. It's very, very, very well compressed. It's incredibly smooth and open. Production structure is dynamic. So you get these high highs and low lows as far as vocal range and production build up. Some really intimate moments where it's, quite literally just, you breathing and then moving into the next segment of the song. So incredibly broad dynamic range. Hydra, that was Tom over on TikTok. For those of you who don't, so you don't get confused on me talking to different things. We're on 3 platforms right now, so sometimes I'm talking to YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok. But Hydra's on Twitch right now. That was Tom over on TikTok. It's literally just capital TOM over on Spotify and stuff like that. But yeah, very, very well done. I'm so excited to break this down and talk through some of the details of the production. But this is not something I would really change anything about it. Like, it's so beautifully done, very, very warm to listen to. A fantastic, very professional sounding mix as well. My producer is starting too. He is amazing, dude. So good, so good, so good. Okay, let's run it from the top. Run Like a Thief by Tom. I kind of co-produced my own songs with him. Yeah, because you're doing some of the instruments, right? You're doing some of the structuring, collaborative producing and stuff like that. So you're also where your TikTok is much louder than Twitch. I don't know why that happens. Let me see. Because people are always telling me that TikTok is too quiet sometimes. So I don't know. I'm not too worried about it, but let me check something over here real quick. Hold on. Is the piano coming through over there? Hydra? Do you hear that piano? What about on Twitch? Can you hear that, Hydra? I actually don't know if that's coming through. Give me a sec. It's super quiet, but it is. Interesting. Give me one. Can you hear me now? Good. On Twitch, let me know if is that coming through? Is that coming through okay? Yeah, try closing and reopening and see. Let me test it out real quick because I don't want YouTube and Twitch to be all like silent for no reason. That'd be really annoying. So let me check something just real quick, and then Tom will dive into the song. I just want to make sure the other platforms aren't screwing up on me right now. How's that, Hydra? Is it normal? Is it bad? That is the fun of being on all the different platforms. Much better? Okay, I didn't change anything. So yeah, it might just be the different. But it is quiet though. Hold on. It does look quiet. So give me a sec. I'm gonna do a change on here. So give me one moment. D in Shane, welcome in. Let's see. Yeah. It's there's something I can do here to mitigate that. So give me just a moment. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Here we go. Okay, check 1 2. That should be back normal. That should be back normal. You hear that? Yeah, now we're back. Now we're back. I had to recapture this. I just said fuck yes. Okay, cool. Okay. Now I gotta make sure that now we should be good over on Twitch and YouTube. That's more like okay. And then Hydra, it should have come in. You should be yeah, Hydra, you're set, man. You're set. You're ready to go. And then Left from the Machines, I got you as well. I appreciate you so much. I've listened to Dutch hardcore. I actually think funny enough, that's very niche. But I actually think I have. We've had a couple Dutch metal artists, like progressive metal and like hardstyle artists come in. So I actually think I have. I don't remember the exact names. We've had a bunch of people come in, and I do actually think not that long ago that we had a Dutch metal artist that came in. Razor's in the building. What's up, Razor? I hope you're doing amazing, man. Ramon, good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic today. All right, let's get it. And then Hydra, I got you as well. Tom, we're back. We're back. Let's dive into it. Let's get into this track here. I love everything that I'm hearing, man. I just want to, if anything, especially when we get into a situation like this where the music is fantastic and it's got really great structure to it, a lot of what I love to do is just hone in on the nuances of it and the details of it so that everybody can also learn through the experience that you have with what you're doing too, of like, this is why this sounds good. This is what's happening and why it works, because of all of these different things that we're listening here. So we're going to dive into some details. But to me, I'm excited to break it down. Z, welcome in. I hope you're doing amazing. Everything's at the link in my bio. If you want to submit your music. Band from South Korea. Let's go. That sounds amazing. Please say that to him. Intro is genuinely like Stevie Ray Vaughan. 100%. Hydra said that over on Twitch. I want you to listen to my wife say, dude, I'd love to, Ramon. 100%, man. Yeah, everything's at the link in my bio. We have the new submission form there. Makes it really easy. But yeah, everything's at the link in the bio if you want to check out your stuff, or if you want to submit your stuff, or music that you're related to. All right, Run Like a Thief by Tom. I mean, I love it. Even just right off the bat, this. And it might not have come through earlier, Tom, because a lot of your, I think some of the chat was getting blocked for whatever reason. TikTok's just annoying sometimes. But is this you playing guitar? I know you said you're playing acoustic and vocals, songwriting, stuff like that. Is this you playing electric or is this a session musician? Let me know. No, my producer's playing. Okay, beautiful. I mean, you can feel the breakup of this it's right on the edge breakup, tube driven, natural vibrato, like just the movement right there. So beautiful. I love everything about it. You're playing acoustic, perfect. I love everything about it. Hydra said your producer needs to be signed too. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, I love it. I mean, everything that I love, it's what I love about my Vox that I have next to me right here. It's just that natural tremolo, edge of breakup, tube overdrive. I love it. It's so, it's just got texture. It's got character. I like it a lot. All right, let's get into it. It's what I love about tube. Is that you can play really, really light and it is just clean and it's chimey and it's beautiful. And then you can push it just a little bit and it just breaks up and crackles and it just saturates the signal so beautifully. I love the tone here. You hear how it has so much dynamic. It's got so much. That one guitar has so many different textures to it, man. It's beautiful. I'm gonna back it up here a little bit. It's absolutely beautiful. Is it Jean or Jane? I deleted all my music because someone stole it. That's so unfortunate. I'm so sorry that happened to you. How did they steal it? That's ridiculous. I'm so sorry that happened. That's a very unfortunate experience to go through. I actually know a couple people that happened in some really interesting spaces. Shane, good to see you. Felix, absolutely. Any genre, any style, any language, any level of quality, it's going to be all over the place. Beautiful.
of your hips. I dream of your lips. I remember the smell of your skin.
This is a great mix. It's such a good mix. And for those of you all just coming into it, this is my second time going through it, and we're chopping through some different parts. So it's going to be annoying because I'm going to stop it a bunch of different times. We've already heard it all the way through. So this is now where I'm going to start breaking it down a little bit. But it's such a beautiful mix. Drums are open. You have a really I think there's a lot of things I love about this. Vocal mix is pristine, beautiful, clear. One of my favorite things about this is the mix of the percussion and bass. The percussion and bass is so tight. It is so warm. It's so punchy. It's got so much drive to it without it feeling too transient or too sharp or too abrasive. It is so well cut, and it's so well tracked, but still feels very wide. You offset hi-hats, nice wide overheads, kick and snare are punchy right down the middle of the mix. I really like this. It's a good mix. Whoever you're working with, keep working with them, man. It's a great mix.
If I would have known that you'd run away like a thief, I would have kept plenty more memories with me.
Absolutely, Matt.
If
Matt, 100%.
I would have known that you'd run away like a thief, I would have framed every kiss that you gave me.
Beautiful slide. I mean, there's so much that I love about this. So much that I love it. Okay, let's keep it going. I can harp on this all day, man. It's really well done. This bypass stylistic preferences and genre preferences, and is just good quality music. Good musicians tracking well, and then performing well, writing well, mixing well. It's like everyone is executing at a really high level, and it allows the whole song to feel really connected, really cohesive, punchy but still warm, everything connected really well. Yeah, this is really well done. Could you take my band's first single, Lights Out? We're an alternative rock band. Yeah, if anybody would like to submit, just go to the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio.
In the morning I reach for your legs under
good,
the
Hydra.
sheet.
It's been dry over here. Feel free to jump over here if you want to. You get the widescreen. You can see synths. That's great. But if you're on Twitch or YouTube, it's a little dry right now.
But no one filled that space when you left me. If I would have known that you'd run away like a thief, I would have kept plenty more memories with me. If I would have known that you'd run away like a thief, I would have cherished every moment you gave me. Run, darling.
I'm shocked that you have 392 monthly listeners. Now, obviously, so much of this comes down to your ability to create exposure, and you do have a song. So I'll Go has 42,000 streams. Obviously, that's gotten more movement. It's gotten a little bit more exposure, but I'm shocked you have 392 monthly listeners. I don't know if you perform live. I don't know if you're I haven't seen your page or anything yet. I don't know if you're creating content, but the musicianship, 52K in total. Yeah, the musicianship, the mix, the quality is very professional. It's very polished. This sounds very mature. The writing is great. The structure is awesome. Instrumentally, it's got finesse. It's got nuance. Like this is a very mature record. This is one of those songs that for me, it's just like a matter of time. It's just finding the right person, the right ear, the right connection, the right placement. Like this is a song that I think is gonna take you far. And I haven't heard anything else that you do. And if it's anywhere near the quality of this, I feel like you're gonna be in a good spot, man. This is very well done. Good riff, consistent percussion structure. Very new to this marathon to reach my public. Yeah, I mean, let me see something real quick. I'm gonna click on something here. 641 followers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so much of this, as we all unfortunately know, Kay, welcome in, comes down to your ability to connect people to your music through, mediums of exposure, social media and stuff like that. Getting other people to use your music, finding aesthetics that match your song, and creating content where your song is just the carrier of content and you're not just constantly marketing it. I watched a lot of TikTok Live this week, to be honest. Yeah, I would focus more. So TikTok Live, as someone who's a part of that community, as someone who I've been streaming on TikTok for 3.5 years. Okay, so I've been doing these consultations on here for a long time. Hundreds and hundreds of artists and songs. This is, and there's a lot of, obviously there's a lot of people that do like, whether even like not like these long form consultations, there's a lot of people that do reviews and like things like that. You can send their music or whatever. The translation of that to fans of your music is extremely, extremely low. And I don't want this to be like disappointing for anyone to hear, but I have to be honest about what the space looks like on social media. It's extremely, extremely low, because what you have to realize is 99 to 100% of the people that are also in there seeing and hearing and experiencing your music are also only there selfishly to get their music experienced and heard by other people. And it's the same kind of loop that happens over and over and over again. So as far as a method of exposure, you will oftentimes find other peers that will become fans of what you do, but not a lot of engaged fans of your music that will engage consistently outside of social media. I sent a whole USB drive to Sirius by mail, but not too much hope for independent artists. Yeah, and this is where like connections can be helpful, like finding people that do network consistently and like submit directly with agents at Sirius. I know some people, it's a very closed door, unfortunately. A lot of like the sync spaces as well, where it's not like people that are like here, like send it, like, send it to me, I will get it placed. And if people are doing that, they probably can't. Like it's a very weird, social media and music is a very weird space. You have to like, you got to be on your toes a little bit. A lot of the people are like, I'm here to work with artists. They end up never doing it. They're just trying to say stuff. It's very challenging that way. Your biggest hope is, without a shadow of a doubt, if your goal is to get signed, if your goal is to get single deals, if your goal is to get placement, if your goal is to get playlisted, if your goal is editorials, if your goal is Sirius, if your goal is a publishing deal, so on and so on, your priority should be to get exposure through social media. With your exposure on social media comes your network. With exposure on social media, your leverage comes with that. If you don't have that, then your opportunities are going to be much, much, much less. So when an agent or a label or, maybe a library, a sync library, or publishers or whatever it may be, if they go and they see just no ability for you to execute what you do at scale, then they're going to be much less likely to want to work with you and pay you money and kind of get involved. I'm not sure. I'm not just sure. I like the game of flooding the whole thing with the same song over and over and over again. Keep in mind, I get that, dude. I get it. What's up, Skeezy? Keep in mind that it is only repetitive to you. It is not repetitive to the people that want to see it, right? So keep in mind, there's kind of three worlds here. There's you, where you'll see your repetition and you won't like it. Then there's going to be the approximately 85 to 92% of the people on the For You page that encounter it for the first time every time. If you look at your analytics, it's probably anywhere from 80 to 95% of the people that are seeing it that have never seen it before. So to them, it's fresh. To you, it's repetitive because you've posted the song 20 times. For those people, it's brand new. For every single one, that's brand new opportunities. If that's 200 people every single time and you posted 200 times, that's thousands of people that have never seen that before that are seeing it for the first time. The people that do follow you, that do see all of your posts, they're fans of you. They want you to succeed. They don't care about the repetition because they want to see you win if they're following you and they're engaging with what you're doing. So typically speaking, the only person bothered by the repetition is you. And so once you have made the art, once you have been authentic and creative and you put all this time and energy and resource into creating the art, then it's helpful to kind of separate yourself from it a little bit and not get too attached to the process of creating exposure, right? That's a different animal. It's kind of a different engine. It's a different muscle that you have to flex. And so I would encourage you to kind of like, I get sick, dude, 100%. By the time I've finished a production that's taken me a while, I already hate it and I haven't even put it out yet. Like I'm already like, I don't even like this. Am I even good? Like I've already moved on creatively in so many different ways that like, I don't even want to mess with it. And so anyways, all of this to say, your leverage is going to be as many people as possible coming across it every single opportunity that I've had, even whether like single publishing deals or like sync library placements or editorial playlists, like, even just gaining clientele as a session musician, gaining clientele as a mixing engineer or producer, every single one of them have come off the back of me revealing to people that I do that thing. Almost every single time. So like I do a lot of synth stuff. So I love the 80s. I love synths. I've got a whole bunch of them. I love hardware synths, analog synths and stuff like that, especially vintage ones. I love them. It's one of my favorite things in the world. So a lot of the work that I do is in session work for synths. And because of that, almost every single time, but that wouldn't exist outside of almost every single time that I post me playing synths and me posting some little thing that I made with synths. Almost every single time I get a DM that says, "Hey, love your synth stuff. I would love to get you on a track in the near future. In like 3 weeks, I'm going to be working on a production. So I'm going to shoot you a message when that happens." Like almost every single time. And that over years of doing that, that adds up. And so almost, a couple times a week, I'm doing sessions, tracking analog synths and stuff like that. But that doesn't exist if I don't show people. Right. And so it doesn't have to be like, you just like you create the most like boring, like annoying content that like you hate, and so everyone else is gonna probably hate it too because they're just not connecting to it either. I think a lot of it comes down to you finding the version of social media that works for you and the version of creating content that makes sense. That could be much more low effort, higher scale, like higher quantity. It could be a lot higher effort, more controlled, like structured content, and less quantity, but very consistent in the way that you put it out there. Like there's a lot of different versions of it. What I tell most people, let me answer this too. That's true, Hydra. And sorry, let me see. Here to hear someone react to my work is most of the time I feel like the weak part of it. Not at all. You can let that part go. You're solid. You're solid. I love synths. Synths are my favorite thing in the world. They're so fun. I've got a fair amount of them. I've got a chunk of them in here in the studio. You can see some of them on Twitch and YouTube, and probably 2 more coming. I think 2 more synths coming fairly soon. Two that I've wanted for a very, very long time. I'm very, very excited. Anyways, I've got a couple more synths coming in the studio very soon. But anyways, all of that to say, 100% Tom. And I know I'm harping on a lot of this. But the reason why I'm spending more time on this than even just like breaking down production structure, which to me obviously is very valuable as a producer, is I want to see you get what's yours, man, when it comes to creating movement for your music and stuff like that too. Like you have the music is not in question. If there's any part of you that's like, is it good? It's great. Could it be in a film? It could. Could this be placed? It could. Like not a question. I don't know if your rest of your music is anywhere close to this, you're good. Keep making good music, keep writing good songs, keep performing the way that you do. And that part will take care of itself. Here's the thing that I recommend for a lot of people is when it comes to like, and this is not even something that I'm good at, it's something that I observed. I do a lot of observation when it comes to a lot of this, a lot of this stuff too, just because me being an artist is not my primary form of income. Creating the music and doing session work and production and mixing and stuff is. So this is not something I've necessarily even really spent a lot of time doing myself, but I encourage anyone else to do. Look at your life, look at your environment, look at what you do day to day and make that your content. Make that the medium with which you push your music. I think a lot of people try to do like what Connor Price has done. I see a lot of people try to do skits, and acting and stuff like that. And when it feels weird and it feels awkward and it feels uncomfortable and it doesn't go anywhere and they get frustrated. They're like, dude, I'm doing what everyone else is doing. And this doesn't feel natural to me. But do you know why it worked for Connor Price doing acting and doing skits? Because he was a child actor and he still acts. He's in major shows. He has acted most of his life. So what method of creating content worked for him? Acting, writing, doing skits, scripting things with his wife. Like that worked for him, right? Take someone like Citizen the Artist, right? Citizen the Artist is another great example of an artist that's blown up like crazy. If he just did singing in garages with a bunch of reverb and stuff like that, it might not work for him. What he started doing was really, really high quality, like 4K. Like he has like a $50,000 camera set up doing these, and he's an incredible, incredible cinematographer. Like he's a wild editor and works with some amazing, amazing people. So what did he do when he started creating content? He made crazy edits and like super, super high quality, like productions to promote his song. And it worked, got millions and millions and millions of views, and does all the time now. Now he's full-time doing that all the time. But what he did, what was in front of him to do. You know what I mean? Like it was just the thing that was there for him to do. He had access to that stuff already. And so he just operated in his skill set consistently over time for years. And it finally caught. As a high school music teacher, I think there's probably a lot of content, 100%. Like what if you, I'm gonna make this up because I don't know how this would work with you, but what if you taught your song to your students, and you made a whole string of content, part 1 to part 20, of you teaching your students how to play your song on acoustic guitar, on piano, or like whatever. Or you had, maybe there's a concert at the end of the year and they perform one of the teacher's songs, and you document that. You have someone get video of the whole thing, and it's a whole, stuff like that could go viral. There's so many ways that you can integrate your world, and there's some nuance to that, right? Getting permission, there's so many nuances to that, right? But I think there are definitely ways that as a teacher of music that you can integrate different, things that are natural to your environment that I think could be really, really, really. I know someone else he's like an accountant, sits at a cubicle all day, but he's a DJ. And so he blew up literally just making content about how he sits on his ass all day in a cubicle but he wants to be a DJ. And so he started playing his sets in his headphones and putting it to the stream, and it's just him bobbing his head to his sets while he sits at the cubicle. Thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of views, hundreds of thousands of views all the time. Just promoting his stuff like that. Like he could write a collective piece of music the whole class makes and he releases it 100%. There's so many ways. So anyways, so many ways. But if we're coming down to promoting Run Like a Thief as the song, find what's around you. And even just the POV, you've spent your life, let's say it's just a video of you sitting doing what you do. It doesn't even have to be like you acting anything out or anything structured where you hear people. Let's say it's just you sitting and doing what you do. And over the screen, it's your song playing. Your song's always the carrier of the content. It's your song playing in the background. It just says POV, you've dedicated your life to teaching kids music. But the whole time you've wanted to make music your career or something like, and then your song's playing in the background. There's so many different ways you can how do I tuck my music into this and get people to connect to it emotionally? We're I've poured my whole life into doing this for other people, but I really want it to happen for me. Is there, and try to get support that way. There's infinite ways. Let me get to the outro of the song here really quick, because this is beautiful. And I do want to finish hearing the end of the song again on the second listen. But Tom, I just, if anything, I just want to get your wheels spinning. I want to get you, motivated to take on some of this, yourself, because I see so much potential. You're excellent. And the people you're working with are excellent at what they do. So I really hope that, you continue to push, you continue to challenge yourself and make it happen, man. Because I completely believe in you, completely believe in what you're doing. Let's go. Thank you for the follow. That'd be sick. Chef's kiss, beautiful. It's amazing. Y'all show some love to Tom. The song is called Run Like a Thief by Tom. Beautifully done. I think you're fantastic, man. I can't wait to hear more from you. I can't wait to just, be a part of your journey, man. And I'll make sure I follow you after the live as well. Fantastic. Is it Agam? Thank you so much for the heart me. I really appreciate it. There's a couple other people that came into the chat as well. Thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate it. Please show some love to Tom right here in the chat. Quick reminder, the line is still up, and I'll handle another handful of songs, probably, let's say 4 or 5 songs maybe, depending on how long I'm taking. I'm taking a long time. But if you you would like to submit your music for a detailed, long form, 20 to 30 minutes, sometimes more, breakdown of the structure of your music or the things surrounding it, go to the link in my bio. Just read through and follow the steps there. You can check the line at that same space as well. But yeah, everything's at the link in the bio. You can go to the queue. Once you check the queue, you can decide if you want to go faster. You can always send more to go faster, or just put yourself in line. The line is modular, so the higher you are, the sooner that you're heard. But let's get into it, man. We got Hydra in the building. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oscar, welcome in as well. Welcome in, welcome in. We got Hydra. This is Silence into Sound featuring Torvik eventually. So this is a song that I think I'm potentially going to do some fun stuff with. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. This is Hydra we're about to hear. If you haven't heard Hydra, he's a phenomenal producer, composer, who I have the honor to have heard many different times, and we'll be working with a lot in the future. So if you haven't heard him before, it's going to be a treat. So talk to me about this real quick, Hydra. Let me know what it is that I'm listening to as far as an update on the original track. But this is something a little bit fresh. So let's get into it. Okay, beautiful. Nice. As requested. Hell yeah. Nice little gated reverb there. Never. Impossible, Hydra. Impossible. 100%. Are you wanting these vocals like redone by me, or do you want a fresh wave of vocals? Let me know. Because we could definitely have vocal structure here. Is it Alicia or Alicia? Thank you so much for tapping in. Stevie Rochelle liked it. Let's go. Amazing. Congrats on the first drop. Yeah, I definitely want those there. Definitely want vocals early. I can see this for what's there. I got you. We can mess around with it. We'll play around with it. We'll have some fun. Yeah. That's tough. One way or another, welcome in. Frequency that learned to fade. Yeah, for sure. If people haven't heard you, they won't know, but yeah. The light began to change. I know you have to preface. What's up, Stefan? Where everything dissolves to sound. Gravity without a name. Yeah, the whole production here is all Hydra. Only those vocals are filler. Those are going to be replaced. Yeah, everything's at the link in my bio if anyone wants to submit. Shout out to the Beatles. Is this where the placement's a little funky? The melody placement? What's up, Zach? There's the triplets. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. What's up? Welcome in, y'all. What's up, Ty Man? Good to see you, man. Thank you for the follow. Triplets are nasty. Yeah. Great arpeggio. Minor. Switch back to straight 4. So it's so good. It's so good. Okay, let's dive into it. Let's dive into it. Yeah, I definitely, natural transition. It's gonna be, I mean, you can lengthen that out and make it a natural, stretch, set transition and stuff like that too. For anyone who wants to submit your music, I appreciate y'all being here. Thank y'all so much for tapping in today. Keep in mind, these are 20 to 30 minute deep dive consultations. We're going to get deep into the music production, sound design, mixing, lyric and song formatting, whatever might be the thing that you focus on, the thing that you play a part in your music. We'll focus on that. We'll spend 20 to 30 minutes, multiple listens through the song to break it down. If you want to submit for those consultations, everything's at the link in my bio. You can get yourself straight on, or if you want to go faster, of course, you can put yourself ahead, just like Hydra did here in the chat as well. But everything is at the link in my bio. You can check the line there as well to kind of see where people are at and where you want to place yourself. Otherwise, everything is just right there at that link. But let's run it from the top. Chase, let me see. The Ridge, is that you right there? Thank you so much for tapping in. I think that's you. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. I got you up there as well. Just went to double check. Let's run it from the top, man. Let's run it from the top. I've heard this before, so let's get into it, man. Let's talk through some of the structure. I will be closing the line here in just a little bit as well, but I'll keep it open for probably the next, maybe another song or two, and then I'll close the line and go through who I have. But let's run it from the top. This is the family. This is Hydra. Sounds by Hydra right here in the chat. He's an amazing DJ, producer, composer, and this is an early production. All of this production is his. He had some generated vocals on there that's all going to be rewritten and replaced. Might actually even be my vocal, so that'll be interesting to kind of figure out. But I'm so excited to get into it. But anyways, just so you all have context that this is not a generated beat in any way. He's a phenomenal producer. I've heard many of his tracks. He's a beast. Just y'all are aware. But let's get into it, man. Let's run it from the top. Yeah, I want, like, for me, I want kind of like, even like Adriatic style, like, I want like vocal structure earlier on too. This takes a little bit of time to get into it. Like even here, I kind of want maybe some early introduction, like some vocal sample or some like movement right here. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Maybe keep it open and then maybe, dude, I'm obsessed with them right now. It's like my whole playlist is just that, like Kavinsky and Adriatic right now. And then definitely like open up here and then introduce vocal lines here. Whatever, start building in some stuff right there. Are you serious? Get out of town. Absolutely, Chase. Any genre. We've gone from like a country worship song to a metal, like a death metal track to some EDM. It's gonna be all over the place. So you're totally good. Any genre. Hell yeah. Tom's beautiful, perfect record right before this. We're all over it. We're all over I love it. I think part of it is because we're very the way we structure this is like very like analytical. Like we're getting into a lot of like really, really small details of these records and chopping through things and going back through things multiple times and stuff like that. So this is very little about and there's a lot of different live streams out here. There are a lot of different live streams out there, and some of them do have like pretty strong like stylistic biases and genre bias, where like the person reviewing it or whatever it may be is they're a trap artist, or they're like they do UK drill, or they do this, they only do house music or whatever. And so anyone that comes in, it's kind of reflected in the way that they break things down, because they only like those songs or those artists. They only do underground hip hop or something like that. I think the benefit of the way that we structure what we do here, it's so analytical. It's so not about, do I just vibe with you? It's very much so about the music. What are you actually doing in the music? What is happening within the progression, the sound design choices, how you built the production, the lyrical decisions you're making, the strength of your melody choices, like the construction of the music, which is my favorite thing in the world. And so it's very little like, you never have to worry about like, will I like the style or not like this style. I love music in all of its forms. I work in music in all of its forms. Like literally, within the last 3 months, I've done everything from house tracks to country records to an opera track to all of it, a progressive metal track. Dude, it's all over. It's all over the place. So I have a big appreciation for a lot of different forms of music, especially because I do a lot of, like I've mentioned before, I do a lot of synthesis. I do a lot of like keys and like synth session work, and that is fitting into a lot of different genres. So people come with a lot of different requests and a lot of different styles. It makes it fun. Jack, good to see you. Jack McLeod, good to see you in the chat. Appreciate you being here. One almost made it to Donna. That's crazy. Yeah, that it is. Yeah, it's. Hydra's the real deal. He knows what he's doing. But anyways, I want to introduce some of these early vocals right here. I got you, Chase. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. That's what I do. So there's like 3 main parts to my career in music and what I do in music full time. One being full production scale, one being mixing and mastering, and the other being session work. So it's a lot of synth, a lot of keys, a lot of hardware analog synthesis, live tracking, drums, electric acoustic bass guitars, stuff like that. So that's a lot of the session work that I do, which is probably a third or maybe a little bit more of the work that I do in music. The name isn't, the name got taken. That's true. Players or release songs that you work on. I could try. I have some examples at our website. So if you go to my link, I don't have like a full playlist of all of them, to be honest, because a lot of the tracks that I work on, especially session stuff, I never know when they come out. Especially a lot of like the independent stuff that I do. It's not like crazy like huge records, or Grammy winning records or anything like that. Everyone that I'm working with is very, very much so underground and independent. And so, being that as it may, like I did a whole album from artists last year. It was like 8 songs, and then they never put out the album. They ended up being like, "Oh, dude, I'm just like working now. I'm not going to put it out." And then like I did a whole bunch of single work, and I did a ton. I did probably 50 sessions last year, or more probably, but 50 something sessions last year, tracking synths and guitar and stuff like that. And I don't get like notified all the time because I don't get points on those records. I just get session credit. I don't get points on them, so I never get notified when they're released. So a lot of those I never know when they actually make it, or because I'm working on pre-production and I'm working on like early demos and stuff like that, I don't always know when that song has like come out. So I used to have a playlist on Spotify of some of the songs that I had worked on and some of the songs that I was like doing session work on, and then it got just too hard to figure out when stuff was coming out or remember the artist, or did they call it a different name than what the session was named when I worked on it and stuff like that. So I can try to create another one, but I do have some at my website. So if you go to theobsidiankey.com, which is the name of our company, you can there is a tab on there that has some like before and afters for mixing, some production projects and stuff like that. Akita tracking, you can track your session exports. That's interesting. Like in some of the metadata, maybe Hydra. That would be interesting. That would be helpful because I don't know, dude. I did so many sessions last year, and I think I kept up with like, man, maybe 6 of them that I was like, oh, here's this song, or like the artist decided to tag me in a post. They were like, hey, Torvik did synths on this. It's cool, whatever. But it's rare, especially because everything is so underground. Everything is so small. But anyways, okay. Let's get back into this, Hydra. But I definitely want like some earlier vocals in here to light this up a little bit more. Let this breathe, like the vocal kind of restructure. Yeah, yeah. B section back into a big vocal here. This has a more open production. I think it's a lot easier to get vocals on. Because like this vocal comes in late, but I think realistically, it's called Silence into Sound. This is Sounds by Hydra right here in the chat. Silence into Sound. It's got a fake vocal over the top of it, but it's gonna be restructured. We're gonna get brand new vocals on there. Yeah, the vocals on here are gonna be killer. I'm excited that I get the honor to work on a track like this. But yeah, I would have an earlier vocal introduction here too. It comes in, 8 measures in or whatever, a little bit later. And so I do think it would be nice to come in a little bit sharper as soon as this builds up. Okay, coming like right in the pocket there. Yeah, reverb to Valhalla. Yeah, where's my Valhalla? Is Valhalla on here? Hold on. I don't have any tuning or anything on the vocals. It's going to sound crazy. What's up, Chan? Welcome in. Thanks for tapping in. Nick is in the building. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. Check. Echo. Reverb. There's the Valhalla reverb. There's a nice, long, crazy sounding Valhalla reverb. All right, enough of that. We don't need all that. Okay. You get the idea though. It'll be crazy when it happens. That girl dancing, welcome in. Because I want a lyrical structure here. Some oohs and ahs and some layering and stuff here, but you're gonna go from ethereal to emotional. Dude, 100%. I want some lyrical tag, like I want some lyrical structure in there. Nick, thank you for the bubblegum, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate your generosity. I want a little bit of lyrical structure, even if it's incredibly simple, that keeps you somewhat engaged, even if most of it is oohs and ahs and filler and ad-libs and stuff like that. That, like you said, the more ethereal structure and stuff there. But I want some lyric in there. Also, bro, how do you want to do the OG recording? Earliest thing for me, easiest thing for me if we lay down OG vocals. To start, and then we do 100%. And what I'll probably do is I'll send you dry vocals, but probably at least somewhat tuned, like at least manually tuned. Like I'll send you transparent, clean, clean vocals, but I'll send them to you dry. So they'll have their like analog compression and whatever, so they're controlled, and then so that you have a good clean blank slate, and then do as you wish with what happens. If you want to add more tuning, more saturation, whatever, you can go from there. But I'll obviously just send it like strict layers dry. And then of course we can always just go back and forth, man. We'll go back and forth and we'll fine tune, areas that you're like, hey, what about a cool high falsetto right here to transition? I want to chop it up and do this. Then just tell me and I'll add it in there. Yeah, 100%. And then do you want to go all the way down falsetto here, or not falsetto, acapella here? Just, I could figure it out too, but if you want to send, I have this, but send me the dry, no vocals. Send me I have this file or something similar. I can download it. Send me obviously no vocals, and then, key BPM. I can figure it out, by ear or whatever too, but, key BPM, any like requests, any things you want to, prompt me. Then yeah. Yeah. But it kind of cuts out to nothing, right?
Silence where the signal was. Frequency.
Yeah, okay.
To fade. Something in the walls gave in before the light began to change.
Mm-hmm.
Closer to the edge of it.
Kind of building up lightly here.
Gravity without a name, pulling further underground.
Rightfully so.
Fall into it now. The dark was always calling, a place that felt like one.
I would love for that to hit a little bit more distinctly on some of these D minor.
Pulling further underground, falling to it, falling to it now.
Yeah.
The dark was always
Yeah, I almost want to, you know. The dark side of like when I'm hearing their melody comes in like later, it has like this delay to it, and so it doesn't match with your progression change. And in my mind, I want to like fine tune that a little bit to where it's a little bit more distinct. So the 1, 2, 3. Whatever, how you build your progression, right? But and then back in, and then it. Yeah, I want to fine tune that timing. What you're doing is great. Keep what you're doing there. That buildup is going to be beautiful. Those are, you know what I mean? Like we'll build up the structure right there. That's gonna be so beautiful. And then I'll lock in a more consistent melody and timing there. Yeah, my progression to quantize the vocal. Yeah, exactly. I'm hearing that distinction, that separation right there. And I'm like, I want to marry that a little bit better. And when it does happen, when it does happen, that's gonna be fun. I want to lock that in. I can already hear it like a super compressed, saturated vocal. Tons of reverb on it. Nice little, delay, decays right there. Yeah, come on, dude, come on. And then also when you, dude, I'm hyped because I haven't done too much of this at all. It's gonna be so fun. I would love to do a ton more. The other thing is like whatever like lyrics that you want me to have, as well as if you had ideas that you had for melody, like voice memos of that, or like maybe a synth line, a scratch piano that follows the melody that you had an idea for, stuff like that. Shoot me some files over, some emails with some. I think you have my other email. If not, shoot me a DM. I got you. I'll get you what you need. It's gonna be fun. All right. It's time for Sounds by Hydra. Featuring Torvik. Oh, we're gonna go crazy. This is gonna go crazy. I'm so excited, man. They're solid. They're dope. Triplets. Cool. Like I kind of want to bring back another layer of vocals. Yeah. Love the filter open up. I really like, so there's so much movement over the top. I like the consistency of your current bass line. Boom, 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 boom. It's just over the, over the D minor right there. I love the consistency of that bass line and not doing too much with it because your lead arpeggios are so prominent and there's so much movement to them. And that's even without vocals. I think like a really, really consistent line here. And then there's another that's doing like, the right? There's another almost like paradiddle style kind of back and forth on the triplet. Yeah, like the one there's rocking octaves, I think, rocking octaves back there too. Yeah, I think those are great. I think those are great. The synth structure right here is gorgeous. And then transition back to 4 for the next part of the set. Yeah, this is killer, man. I'm so excited to dive into this. Yeah, shoot me if you don't have the email that I would typically do that. Just shoot me a DM and I'll make sure that we connect on the right stuff. And then we'll get everything worked out, man. We'll get everything worked out. This is a nuts track, man. It's gonna be so fun. I can't wait to dig into it. Y'all show some love to the family. We can get a VA basically down. I will play this when. June 9th. Wait, next week? I don't know if I would have it by next week. That'd be pretty quick. I'm so excited. I don't know if I would have something finished up by next week. But man, y'all show some love, man. Dude, I'm thrilled. Yeah. Y'all show some love, man. Yeah, if I can get what you need on your end, I'll start working on it ASAP as soon as I can. And y'all show some love to the family. Reach out to Sounds by Hydra. Show them some love and support. Let's keep it rolling one way or another. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Is it Gilo? I hope you're doing amazing. Thanks for tapping in. It is not pre-recorded. It is me right now. Live and in the flesh. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Let's keep it rolling. We got Saya. Is it Saya or Sia? I do want to make sure that I get it correctly, but we're about to dive into this next one. Jay, I hope you're doing amazing. Welcome in. I'm going to close the line probably after this track. I'm going to close the line. So if you would like to submit Saya, perfect. I just want to make sure I get it right. Saya is in the building. If you want to submit your music, you can. It is, I got to get it right. I just know how weird it is when people say your name wrong. I had someone, I said their name wrong for like 3 years and they never corrected me. And so I never knew that it was wrong. And they're like, hey, by the way, it's this. And I was like, you should have told me 3 years ago. I'm like working with this artist. Anyway, so I always want to make sure that I get it correctly. Or that I get it correct. If anyone would like to submit your music, we're going to close the line here in just a little bit. These are 20 to 30 minute breakdowns. They're detailed consultations on the structure of your music. Jeff, welcome in. Of course. Now would be the time because I'm going to close the line probably after this next chat. Yeah, WeTransfer's fine. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. I'll get it downloaded. If it's a zip or something like that, I'll get it download from there, and then I'll start working on vocal structure ASAP as soon as I can get into it. Okay, if you want to submit your music, y'all, everything's at the link in my bio. I'm going to close up the line here in just a little bit, and then we'll get into the end of the last couple tracks here. But if you want to submit, everything is at the link in the bio. All the details are there. Adam, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it one way or another. I appreciate you. Thanks for tapping in today. And we're gonna get it rolling here. We've got Saya in the building. I've got Love from the Machines. I got you. The Ridge. I got you on here as well. But last chance to submit after the song. I'll close up the line, and then we'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. Sounds good. Hydra. Appreciate you so much, man. All love. But yeah, we'll close up the line after this next track here. So if you want to submit, get it in now. Obviously, the higher up you are in the list, the faster you're going to be heard. But these will be our final kind of handful of tracks here. But let's get it. We got Pretend by Saya. Jay, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Saya, give me all of the details. I want to hear, we go into a lot of depth, so I want to hear context. Talk to me about your role in the music. Thomas, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Talk to me about your role in the music as far as production, as far as mix, lyrics, vocals, things of that nature. But let's get into it. This is Pretend by Saya. This little portamento sampling in there, produced and performed and everything else. Beautiful. Mixed it and everything. I like that portamento.
It's been a long time So many people said I met you at the wrong time. I know you're better when my letters hit the wrong line, but still I thought that we could weather through the hard times. So many people said I'm different, now you're not mine. I guess I'm moving on, but still I got your hotline. I moved your number down, but still I got the hard eyes. Got in your city and immediately redline. I used to think we was connected like the red lines. I know better than to bleed. Talk to your friends when you see me.
I love that background. Sampling's great.
Just a bit of time for you leave.
Woo.
I moved on, best believe me, but it takes time to believe. I'm staring up at the trees. Tell me where we have stayed as friends. Maybe then we never have to end, even if it's all pretend. If I could do it all again, kinda wish that we had stayed as friends. Kinda wish that we had stayed as friends.
Beautiful harmony structure. Come on. Come on.
Even if it's all pretend, if I could do it all again, I wish that we had stayed as friends. Kinda wish that we had. It's been
100% Yale. 100%.
I get along fine, but tell me who am I supposed to tell my deepest to? Cause ain't nobody else to trust like you. And
Thank you for the follow.
I
love that. I love that.
But tell me who am I to
Brilliant.
to when I feel high? And when I'm feeling low, what do I go down a lot? Thank God your mama called. Thought your family would drop me. I'm sure it won't last long. They say that love was never for the weak. Just did my grad walk. Even got me in a board last week. I kinda wish you
Love the progression too.
Kinda wish
1/3s. Super emotional. I like it.
Maybe then we never have.
Pear, thank you for the follow.
Even if it's all pretend, if I could do it all again, I wish that we had stayed as friends. Kinda wish that we had stayed as friends. Maybe then we never have to. Kinda wish that we had stayed as friends. Maybe then we never have to.
Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Saya right here in the chat. Sank, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Pear or Yayo, if y'all want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio if you would like to submit. We got just a handful of tracks left, so definitely head to the link in my bio. Just follow all the details there. If you want to go faster, you can move yourself to the top, or you can just put yourself in line. I'm going to close the line here in just a little bit, so this is your last chance if y'all do want to submit. But yeah, you don't submit here in the chat. You don't submit here in the chat. You got to follow the process so you can get in line with everyone else. But man, let's get into it, man. Saya, this is awesome, man. I know this is still early. You said you just did this recently. Really, really great production structure. I love, for me, so much of what makes this production and this beat interesting to listen to. And I know you produced the whole thing, which is amazing. It makes it so interesting to listen to is there's so many different textures in here, and so many different kind of soundscapes that make it really engaging to listen to. One, you have these like sample D-Rec, welcome in. It's like sampled little like choir, almost like vocoder style, like choir in the background that's doing these like really sharp staccatos in the background, but that's also balanced by, and that's like right on the grid. It's really locked in. Balanced by really slimy portamento vocal samples in the background with some chords attached to that as well. So you get this, the sharpness and the staccato, you get these bends that are really legato, and then you have this really like natural, like filtered percussion that has a little bit of swing to it as well. So you get all of these different like movements and texture that work together really, really well because your hats and snare are just outside of the pocket. They're like just north of the pocket. So you get a little bit of swing to the percussion as well. That makes everything feel really engaging to listen to, even though there's a lot of repetition. Because it's so interesting for the ears, it feels really, really nice to listen to. So let's dive into a couple things, man. Honestly, I really like a lot of what I'm hearing here. The only thing that I want to get before you move on is just maybe a little bit better balancing. I don't know how deep you are into the mix process so far. You might not be as far into that process. You might still still just need to come into a couple of those, little forms and make sure that it's a little bit better balanced. You might already be doing that, so you might not need to worry about it. But there's a couple little things in here that I would love to balance and connect just a little bit better. I think if you get that down, man, and we'll talk specifically about that. Just not the best mix, dude. I got you, Saya. Let's get it down. Let's get it down. We'll balance a couple things here. We'll beef it up a little bit. I want to beef up percussion, balance vocal layers with your lead vocal. I think if we get that down, dude, you're gonna be ready. You're ready to go. Let's get it. That's what we're here for, man. That's what this is all about. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. The guys, this is for music you've paid. Chase, trust me that it's not. I've been doing this live for 3.5. I've been doing like this format, long consultations on this live for 3.5 years. And without fail, they're like, Shape of You, Ed Sheeran. And I'm like, you can just go to your Spotify. You could just go to your Spotify and listen to Ed Sheeran. Anyways, it's just so funny. People just come in and be like, hey, can you play Taylor Swift? And I'm like, no, no. play Taylor Swift on your own. Anyways, okay, if y'all want to submit, I'm going to mute you. Stop spamming the chat. You're muted. You're muted. I can only say this so many times. You're muted for the entire live. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And you're muted as well. I've already said this. I've already said this 6 times. Anyways, okay, you're muted. You're all muted. Okay. I've said this so many times. If you would like to submit your music that you make, if you are an artist, you're a vocalist, you're a songwriter, you are a session musician, you played on some records, you're an engineer, you were a runner at a studio on a cool record that you're connected to, that is the music that we're listening to. So if you work on music, you make music, you're attached to music in some way. Sometimes we'll even get like labels and agents and managers that will come through and send in music they're connected to, that they're representing, that they're trying to get feedback on and stuff like that. That is, or friends of yours, people that you're connected to, right? We've had people send in for siblings, for their children, for friends of theirs that are in a band or whatever it may be. You can send in their music. There's some connection to it where the feedback is valuable. But again, these are 20 to 30 minutes long. They're long. They're detailed. They're like really nuanced consultations, and so there's not a lot of reason why, if there's not some connection to the music, that we'd break it down. So anyways, let's get into the song. We got Saya in the building. No, we will not listen to Ed Sheeran or Taylor Swift. Unless you were a session musician on this song, then I would love to break down what you did. If you were like a keys player on one of Taylor Swift's songs, I would love to chat with you about what you're doing and get into it. Unless you are Ed Sheeran, Chase. Unless you are Ed Sheeran, then Ed Sheeran can come in and we can break down their song. Anyways, y'all show some love, man. I'm kind of indifferent on Somber. I think he's got some fine stuff. I think he's got some stuff that I don't connect to as much. I think that's any artist though. Even some of my favorite artists, they got stuff that I connect to, stuff that I don't as much. I think they're fine. I don't have like a strong. I don't really have I'm probably a bit indifferent to it. I think most of like the major artists, I'm like somewhat indifferent on, but not, I'm not like, I hate them, they're stupid, the way they go about creating music is fraudulent, like some people are, and then other people like, I'm obsessed, they're the gods of songwriting and everything that they do is spotless and flawless. I'm just like, pretty good. They make some cool stuff. They got a cool voice. I like a lot of the 80s sound design that they utilize. That's a lot of the stuff that I work on, so I can appreciate it. But I'm not like some diehard or something like that. Marian, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, Saya, this is about your music. Let's get into it. This is my ADHD kicking in again. I got to keep it under control. Let's run it from the top. This is Pretend by Saya. Let's get into the mixing, because I think the thing that's going to be the most important to break down here as we're getting into it. And then after this, y'all, I'm going to close the line, and then we'll get out of here. But let's see. And then Marian, I got yours. I appreciate you so much. Just got yours in here. ADHD is kicking in hard right now. So let's run it from the top. Let's get into the details here, dude. I haven't even had yerba mate in months, dude. I have not had yerba mate in months. I wish Gayaki needs to send me a tub. All right, let's get into it. I love yerba mate. It's so fire. You know what I would love to hear? I'm not gonna go too deep into this. 18 seconds, nothing too crazy. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And then Gosha, thank you for hopping in as well. I see you. I appreciate you tapping in. One of the things I would love to hear, I'm not going to get too deep into this because I can explain it too long and it'll take too long, but there are streaming thresholds that most of the major DSPs have for what counts as a stream. From the vast majority of the major DSPs that have licensing contracts with social media, it's about 30 seconds. Anything longer than that, they won't necessarily play it out there. Okay, sounds good. I'll be here tomorrow. I appreciate you tapping in. Thank you for the follow. That means a lot. Most major DSPs have a 30-second streaming threshold for what counts, right? That means that if people listen to your song for longer than 30 seconds, it counts as a stream and you get paid for that stream. If people listen for less than 30 seconds, it does not count as a stream and you don't get paid for the stream. Nick, thank you for the follow. The example I always give is that if a million people stream your song for 28 seconds, you will see 0 streams and you'll see $0 from it. They have to listen past that 30-second threshold for most of the major DSPs, Spotify, Apple, YouTube, Amazon, maybe, Tidal, Deezer, stuff like that, right? So most of those major ones, it's a 30-second threshold. So optimizing your intro and introducing yourself as an artist early in your intro, I think is really important, especially if you're smaller. If you are, if you're already Ed Sheeran, if you're already Taylor Swift, Drake, whoever, or someone who's up there, you could probably get away with like a 3-minute intro to a song and people will just say that it's the best thing they've ever heard and a billion people will stream it because of where they're at. Most small artists, especially small independent and underground artists, don't have that luxury where people are giving you very, very few chances for them to enjoy your music and latch onto your music, right? So having an optimized intro and an intro where not that it has to be super short, but that you introduce yourself early, I think is more important the smaller that you are, so that you can let as many people know on first early listens who you are and what you do, or that you just exist, right? The thing that I tell people is this can literally be as simple as you saying, yeah, it can be as simple as you lighting a lighter. It could be as simple as you taking a breath. It could be you adding a sample of your vocal from later in the song into the intro. It could be you saying something. It could be you just like talking while the intro is going. It could be you adding your hook to the intro of the song. It could be any number of things, but it's giving people an early introduction that just lets them know that you're there. There's something like 1 million pieces of musical content put on platforms every week. It's an insane amount of saturation. I bet you it is 20 times that now. The numbers aren't really out that accurately. I bet you it's 20 times that amount with AI. Because people are like, dude, I made 7 albums today and put them on Spotify. The amount of saturation is pretty dramatic these days. We're talking about it early on. It was like 1 million songs a week put on Spotify. It's insane. And so when there's so much saturation of musical content out there, people knowing who you are and knowing that you're there and that you exist matters more and more. And so if you just wait 20 seconds to have any of you happening in the song, I think it's just less likely that people stay for that 30-second threshold. If it takes 28 seconds for your vocal to come in, how many people gave you that chance? And what that means is, like, on your Spotify, for your Spotify for Artists or your distribution account and your analytics or whatever, you might see 3,000 streams on a song, as an example. You might see 3,000 streams, but there's a pretty good chance, especially if your songs aren't super optimized, mix-wise, structure-wise, and stuff like that, that maybe 20,000 people actually engaged with it, and only 3,000 actually registered as a stream, right? You might have had 15,000, 20,000 people find your song, see you on social media, engage with it, go to Spotify, look up a playlist, whatever, come across your song, but only 3,000 registered it and stayed for 30 seconds to see what you were all about. And maybe 2,000 of those left after 34 seconds because they didn't like it. Who knows? But you need to get people to register. And I think that's what's important about introducing yourself early on. Tom, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the love. And Derek, you as well. I appreciate you a lot. So what I'm talking about is like here. So I'm going to jump to your hook for a second. I've done this with, even on the engineering side, even if I'm not the artist or the producer, but if I'm engineering a song, I'll do this sometimes for the artist. Of course, I'll talk to them about it to make sure they're good with it. They have a 35-second intro. I'd be like, hey, do you mind if I take like the first line of your hook and I filter it, throw a bunch of reverb on it, put a bunch of delays and chorus on it, and sample it in the intro of the song just to introduce that part of the song. And then also when your first main hook comes in, it's familiar to people. It's more catchy. There's better structure, right? There's a lot of different pockets in here that help with your retention, that help with, you know, the improved structure of your song. So I'm going to go to your hook really quick. Yours, and I want to also preface this, yours is not that bad. Yours is 18 seconds. You're 18. So I just want to keep that in mind. Try to get a version of your voice within the first 15 for sure, but ideally like 10, to be honest. Some will be longer, and that's fine. You also have to keep in mind what you want for your song and what you want for the music. Every song is different. I mean, if this is an interlude and a song and it's track 7 on a 15-track album and it's a 6-minute like long slow ballad, have a 45-second intro. Who cares? It's not supposed to be a 2-minute pop song. But this is a nice, you know, pop R&B record. You know what I mean? Like this is concise. It's got a good feel to it. So I think you could polish the structure here. So I'm gonna find your hook real quick.
It's been a long,
100%, dude. 100%.
So many people said I met you at the wrong time.
Well, because to be honest, not that many people are actually doing it, and that's what, you know. You'll see that obviously on TikTok a lot too. There's a lot of people with a lot of opinions. And stuff like that, but then they don't actually they're not actually like working in that space themselves. And so that's one of the reasons why I started doing this 3.5 years ago. Is like, I do work as a session musician. I do work as a producer. I do mix and master full time. Like that is what I do. And so I unfortunately, it's more now that I started doing it 3.5 years ago, there's more people doing it now that have more credibility. But early on, 3.5 years ago, it was very, 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 very rare to have someone that was working in music, especially full time, like working in music, that also was like offering information. There was like two different worlds. There was people that were very credible, but wouldn't offer very much information. They'd just be like, your song's dope, bro. And then they'd move on. I'm like, well, they have a Grammy, but they're not giving anything. And then there's other people who had no credibility, don't even know scaling, don't know an instrument or anything, or how to mix really, or you listen to their song and it's like, this is any better than anything you're roasting right now. And they're giving a ton of information that's not really valid. And so I think there's a sweet spot in between of finding people that actually work in the space, but also that are willing and able to give information that hopefully is, you know, valuable and supportive of people. Maddie, I appreciate, or it's Jamie, I gotta remember names with sub names in here. Okay, anyways, let's get into it. I want to back it up here. So this is your first hook structure here, or early verse. So
many people
Jamie,
said I met you at the wrong time.
So
I know
early
you better
verse.
when my letters
I love your production. Okay, let's
connected like the release when you see
here.
me. Hold on a minute, won't you get? It's time to release. As friends, maybe then we never have to end.
Great structure.
Even if it's all pretend, if I could do it all again, kinda wish that we had stayed as friends.
Okay, so maybe we can just stay as friends. That's your main hook. That's your like main hook structure. So what you could do just to, I'm gonna get your wheel spinning. You do whatever makes sense, right? Feel free to take what I'm saying or ignore it and do your own version of this, right? It would be to like start this intro here, maybe here. Stay as friends. Little. Maybe I'm gonna stay as friends. Verse comes in, right? Even just that, right? And what I would probably do is like telephone filter that, you know, filter up the low end and the high end, telephone filter it, bunch of reverb and a delay on it. And then just like, you have like 2 introductions of it. And then what happens is when you come in here, when you come into the main structure of the song, all of a sudden that's like a reminder again, right? So like when you go into the main hook and all the choral elements and your layers and your stacks come in, they're like, oh, I actually already kind of know this, right? At least I know the first line. It feels familiar. It feels sticky. It feels catchy. And it just locks people in. It's a lot more catchy. So it's like, even just taking this, again, any version of this. You just stay as friends. Let it go a little bit. Let the beat come in. Woo! Oh, don't stay as friends.
It's been a long long time.
And then boom, you come back in. You know what I mean? Like it's just whatever version of that, you do whatever makes sense, right? But yeah, it's just, and you could do a different part of the song, different part of the hook, but that's just kind of the idea of just kind of getting yourself into the intro. And what that does is as soon as you do that first sample chop of your vocal, for one, it's easy because you already have the vocals recorded. As soon as you put that there, people know now, there's an artist in front of me. I can hear their voice and I can make a decision right then. Early, 5 seconds into the song, I can make a decision. Do I give it a shot? Do I like their voice? They probably will. It's a good sounding voice. Do I like the voice? Do I like the style of what's kind of happening right here? More than likely, a higher percentage of people will stay past the 30-second threshold. And at least once they get into the song, they'll be like, not my vibe, but you got the stream, you got paid. Or they stay, hopefully, ideally, they fall in love with it. They love your voice. They love what you're saying. They love the vibe of it. I can't talk, the vibe of it. And then they'll continue to stream it and listen to more of your stuff. So that's early structure stuff that I think could be beneficial for you to add into different sections of the song here. Okay, let's get into the last thing I want to break down is just basic balancing things here.
Hold on a minute, won't you give me just a bit of time before you leave?
Oops, what's going on? Where did it go? Sorry, it just stopped the track. It's loading. All right.
I got your hotline. I moved your number down, but still I got the hard eyes. Got in your city and immediately read.
Okay, so your main production elements I really, really like. Okay, so I mean, you got again sample chops in the background, little portamento slides in there. I really, really like. Lead vocal is clean and clear. I really don't mind that too much. The biggest thing that I feel like this needs is balancing. Again, each individual thing of the song, I think you're executing really well. I like the feel, like the emotion of the song. I think you're doing that really, really well. One of the things that I'm noticing, I don't know how you're tracking out production. I don't know if it's looped or if you're like, I don't know if it's like FL Studio and you're programming and you're splitting out. You can let me know, obviously, if you want to. Either way, I definitely need more beef behind the drums. Logic, beautiful. I need more beef behind the drums. I need a little bit more energy behind that structure. Kick cuts decently. Snare is a little bit soft. That cross stick is probably 3 or 4 dB back, in my opinion. I wouldn't mind if that would rebalance. So maybe snare comes up 3 dB and then everything comes forward just a hair. I would recommend, I don't know if you already have some of this on there. It sounds like maybe you do. I would recommend saturating those and just crunching them up a little bit. For one, there's a couple things that will happen. For one, it's going to help compress naturally, right? It's going to help kind of shave off that top end a little bit. It's going to kind of recontrol those transients, especially if you have like a full scale like tape saturation kind of a vibe. Like the Kramer tape is good for stuff like this. Decimort 2 is fabulous for stuff like this. It's what I use on drums a lot. Decimort 2 is fantastic. There's a lot of I like the snare. I'll bring it forward. I like the snare. Another one is Verve from Universal Audio. Verve, there's the stereo tape emulations there are fantastic as well. Good controls. Those are great for saturating like, sample drums like this and drum breaks and things of that nature. Especially if you have like a kind of a lo-fi swung R&B vibe. Saturate them just a little bit. Bring it forward, saturate it. Again, it's going to help with that natural compression. It's going to help kind of even everything out. And it's also going to give it some snap and some texture and some color and some character that's going to make it feel it's a little dry right now and it's a little bit back. So it kind of makes that part of the production feel a little bit weaker. And for a song like this, to me, it's a non-negotiable of like having some beefy drums that kick. Like when that hits, I want to, when I'm in the car, when I'm listening, even in the headphones, I want to feel that in my chest. Are they expensive, the plugins? I mean, okay. There is, let me see. I'm going to switch over here for a second, actually. Boom. We're over here. Let me see. Let me see what I have here from Harmonix. This is Kramer tape. Kramer tape is nice. And we're back. And we're over here, Si. We're locked in. We're locked in over here, baby. This is what we do. This is Kramer tape. This is like a classic tape machine emulation, right? Like reel-to-reel tape machine emulation. I use this on mastering actually quite a bit. I like this on mastering, but it's good on drums too. This is a Waves plugin. So I have the Waves subscription. It's like 220 plugins or 240 plugins, something like that. I forget how much it's like $30 a month or something like that. This comes with it. I actually bought this outside of that plugin a couple years before they came out with the subscription. I want to say it was like $30 on its own. It's not my favorite for it. It does work well for drums. It's a great saturator in general, but you're really just pushing the magnetic tape. It's not just like a classic like tube saturator or anything like that. It works well, but it's about $30 or so. I'll tell you, my favorite for drums, I use it on almost every, is this one right here, Decimort 2. This plugin right here is just, let me see. Let me do something real quick. I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to drop it out just to show you what I'm talking about. I could spend all day doing this and I'll try not to. I'm just going to drop in a drum loop just to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to try to find something close-ish. I'm going to do this easy on Splice. Actually, I want to take off the split here. Hold on. Okay, that's a good one. Let's drop this in. Here's what I'm talking about, right? So I'm going to bring this in here. I'm going to bring it down a little bit because it's going to be a bit hot. Nothing wrong with that at all, right? That's fine. It's very different than yours, but this has reverb attached to it. I don't love that. I wish it was dry. And there might be another one, but I'm just not going to spend the time to do it. But what I like about Decimort 2 is just pushing the Hey, appreciate you so much, Tom. I appreciate you so much, man. Have an amazing rest of your evening. Hopefully we get to see you soon, man. I appreciate you tapping in today, man. Okay, so like right in here, nothing wrong with this. I'm going to drop Decimort on it. We're going to drop Decimort on it. So now Decimort's on here. What I like about Decimort, there's a lot going on here. So we have the preamp right here. The preamp right here on the left side, top left, this is where we can really, really push this preamp here. And this is emulating an old MPC, an MPC 60. So there's a bunch of different presets here. You can go crazy with them. I don't dive into that too much. I'll usually just use manual controls here and then maybe change the emulation. But this is like an old MPC. So when you're thinking of like old sampled drums, classic Kanye, early like 90s hip hop stuff, early MPC analog structure, that's what we're talking about, right? Like old pads. And that's what this is emulating. So if I push this preamp, it's just going to crunch it all up, and then I can resample. I can down sample this to it's actually resampling at a lower level. So it actually degrades the quality of the signal, which can be a texture that's really, really nice. I can add more of the jitter. I can add a cutoff filter here too. Like I can filter it down to make it darker and stuff like that. But I'll show you what I'm talking about as far as like saturation, right? So we're going to start here. I'm going to lower the output. We're going to crunch it up. A little edge, a little crunch. You can downsample it. You can even automate all of that. Add a little of the jitter. What? Hold on. It contains unoriginal or reproduced content. No, it doesn't. It does not. I'm getting flagged on TikTok for unoriginal. How is it? I'm making music literally live. How is this yeah, I got suppressed on TikTok. It does not contain that. Like how dude, how can I be right here doing my thing, quite literally making something original and editing it in real time, and I get flagged for unoriginal content? Get out of town, man. God, I hate social media sometimes. It drives me up a fucking wall. All right, anyways, I'm just going to continue on. If no one else comes in, I'm going to keep going through the last couple songs. But, dude, it's so crazy. Like, we can go crazy, right? This is nuts. And then we can filter down, right? Like, you can go crazy. This is too much, right? But right here, here's like the sweet spot. Just a little bit of crunch. You don't have to do this. I'm going to switch back. You don't have to do this. Maybe the DAW, I don't know. But the problem with TikTok is they give you these tools you can use. They're like, you can add screen recordings. You can add other cameras. You can add like screen capture to show things that you're like, you can add all of these things and then they knock you for doing it. I don't know. It just, dude, it's so annoying to me. It happens randomly all the time where I'm like, literally just like me doing it. I'm like, here I am. And they're like, they'll be like inactivity. And I'm like, but I'm right here. I'm literally using the tools. Anyways, you get the idea. You don't have to push the saturation that hard, but I wanted to give that. Now, Decimort 2, they have sales all the time. When I bought Decimort 2, which is this plugin here, which has a ton of controls, you could go crazy with it. It was $100 when I purchased it. It's $50 a lot of times. But let me. I can't show. Oh, fuck it. I'll just do it. I'll swing it back for a second. I'll show you this other one here because I think there's a free version. I'm not positive. So there's one here called Verve. This is from Universal Audio. It's this plugin here. This is tape emulations as well. So you can see here, there's like a reel-to-reel tape machine. I can switch it to just like a saturation box. I can to transformers, to like a tube saturator. These are different forms of reel-to-reels in here and stuff like that. You know, heavy distortion if I want to overdrive it, right? There's like all these different things, right? I think I can even do like a classic cassette in one of these. I can't remember. And it has all these different drive and tone controls and output controls. This is a plugin from Universal Audio, but I think you just have to look it up on your own. I think they have an essential. So this is Verve Analog Machines Essentials, and it has less controls and it only has 4 of them. And then if you want more machines, yeah, it makes you buy them if you want more. Yeah. So you can click more machines. It's called Verve Analog Machines. It's from Universal Audio. But you can do the sweeten. So you can do the reel to reel right here and just push the drive a little bit. So like here, this is raw. A little bit of crisp. Bypass. It's a little rounder. A little bit of crisp to it. That's that little edge that I'm looking for, right? Like, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, this is free. This one's free. So you can pay for Universal Audio. Their plugins are expensive, or you can get the subscription. And they have these 4. So start with the free one. You can always go crazy later. I think you can get it for free still. I got it for free. I don't know. Maybe that's a thing that they did for a while, but you can look it up. But you can hear that it's really round and almost dull, and then it just crisps it up. It fires up the top end a little bit, introduces some harmonics, and then again, there's a couple of them. And there's the thicken vintage-ize. So there's actually some different ones here. So like vintage-ize, what does this do? Oh, it's all filtered out. Crunch that up a little bit. Thicken. Yeah, just thicken up the drums a little. Yeah, there's great, the 4 little presets right there. You can just change the drive level on that little bit. So now we go back. Now we go back over here. We go back to your song.
I got the hard eyes, got in your city in a meeting.
Different structural, right? That will give it just that edge, and I think a little bit of that punch that will help us feel the track more. Because again, right now your vocal's doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Some of the production structure in the background, I think sounds really good, but it needs that edge. It needs some of that kind of like color and texture for me to like feel it a little bit more. Yeah, now you hear that it's very clean, right? It's very
red line. I used to think we was connected like the red lines. I know better than
sounds fine, but that cross stick needs to be forward a little bit, and then a little crunchier, a little more texture. And the track, do you think the grit would potentially take away the clear, soft? I don't think so. In fact, I actually think it would be additive. I think it would add to the emotion. I think if you do it with everything, it'll get muddy, right? But I think the percussion itself, for me to feel, I need to feel that on my chest. Like I need to really feel that percussion cutting through. Also, do you ever mix and master, produce sessions live? Curious what something like that would cost. I mix and master professionally, so I can do that. I tried it live a couple times. Here's my problem with doing it live. I have what I kind of jokingly call it the crippling ADHD, where I already, as y'all can probably tell, struggle to focus and struggle to not bounce around to 50,000 different things all at once. I found when I was mixing on live, keep focusing on the mixing aspects of mixing and watching chat, answering questions and keeping up with that. It was like miserable for me to my brain was just like on fire trying to keep up with everything. And what I probably want to do more of is make videos of mixing. So like maybe if like just as an example, if you like hire me as an engineer, for if you want to be featured in a video, I can make a whole YouTube video of the whole mix and maybe cut out some of the BS stuff, right? Like, cut out some of the like random stuff that's just like me like organizing certain things, but like have a 45-minute video of me mixing a track or a beat or a record, like start to finish, and add that in onto the fee or whatever, or something like that. Cause then you can get the exposure from it, and you can, get some, get a whole breakdown of it, as you can kind of see the whole process or something like that. But that'd be something that would be easier because I don't have to, I can do voiceover dubs, I can like, when I'm working on something, I can just like talk about what I'm doing, and not be as reactive to the chat and stuff like that. Anyways, okay, let's keep it rolling. So for me, I want a little bit more drive beyond for the percussion, and keep a lot of the purity and the just the resonance and the sweeps of a lot of the stuff that you have in the background that is really smooth and really easy right now. I don't want to change that. Like you mentioned, the emotion behind it. I want all of those bends and all of that synthesis in the background to be smooth and clean and clear. And then on the drum side, I want a little bit of punch underneath it. I think it'd be really, I mean, that's something that like, you'll hear from like Party Next Door, Black, like, artists like that have some of this kind of low fidelity hip hop R&B feel. I think they do that really well. Really smooth, clean, tuned vocals paired with a really like easy to listen to production, but it's kind of crunchy. It's got a little bit of edge to it. Like you still feel the 808 in the bass. You still get some smacky drums. But the rest of the structure is really easy to listen to, warm pads and modulation and stuff like that. But underneath it, it's got a little bit of drive. It's got some punch. Okay, let's push a little farther here. I love your voice too. Saya, you're awesome. Your voice is so easy to listen to. I also really like your lyric structure. It's catchy, it's repetitive. I think your song formatting is fantastic.
Then we never have to end, even if it's all pretend. If I could do it all again, kinda wish that we had stayed as friends. Kinda wish that we had stayed as friends.
Okay, and then love your layers. I think they're fantastic, man. Your harmonies, when they come in, how they come in, I think are absolutely beautiful. They're doing everything that they're supposed to do. Again, just a balancing thing. I need like a little more drive on the percussive side. Your voice is killer. It's so good. I love it. What happens here is those layers kind of take over the mix a little bit, and so when they're not here, it kind of shrinks back to mono outside of your delays. It's not nearly as wide, and so the mix goes from feeling really, really wide to kind of small, and again a little bit weaker in some parts. So don't push those layers too high. Otherwise, they'll be too additive to where they take over, and when you take them away, it shrinks the mix quite a bit. So I would just bring that whole, like if you have them all going to a bus, if you don't, I would encourage you to send them all to a bus, and compress over there, glue them together over there, and pull them back in the mix. Like nothing crazy. Like these are subtle changes, like 2 dB, something like that. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. Just back it off a hair so it doesn't take over or take away when it's there or not there. It boosts the vocal. It adds to it. It gets wide. It gets vibrant. Layers are gorgeous. And then from there, it'll just be additive to the vocal. It'll support them really well. Let me get into the outro here. This is nice, man. Good positioning, though. Good positioning. Maybe then we never have to. Okay, last thing I'll say, and this is obviously, this depends on how you're structuring your mixes. I don't know if you're doing this already. I mean, most of this sounds really, really nice. Like, like production wise, vocal structure wise, I'm really, really liking what I'm hearing. One thing I would encourage you to do, and maybe you're already doing some of this, but maybe fine tuning it, is multiple stages of compression throughout the song between different elements. One of the reasons why I say that is because, again, I like all of the things that I'm hearing. It sounds really nice. I like it a lot, genuinely. they can sometimes feel very separate from each other, and the way that they're like, I can hear the vocals come into the mix and they live in their own space. Sometimes this is good. So I might tell a different artist a different thing where they need to do more of what you're doing. But they're very like distinct from each other. It's like I hear drums, I hear like pads and synths, I hear like vocals up here doing their thing, but not everything feels very like connected and glued together. So having, multiple buses with, a dB, 2 dB of like glue compression and a little bit of saturation, like a little tape emulated saturation. They're just a hair, just to kind of put different elements under the same umbrella, same EQ curve, same saturation, line, like put everything under a very similar, a similar umbrella helps glue the whole track together, especially with compression. And so like on the drums, like you have all the different percussion elements, send them to a drum bus. On that drum bus, add a, excuse me, like a G bus compressor or something like that, or even a stock compressor, it doesn't matter. A stock compressor, and give it just a dB to a dB and a half of glue compression. It helps control that element. And then all of the drums, all of your bass, all of your synth, like put all of your synths together, all of those synths, send them to a bus, and put, a 2 dB of glue compression on there to connect them all, make them all feel really cohesive, pan them out wherever you need to, and then send all of your instruments to an instrument bus. And on that instrument bus, glue them all together. You know what I mean? Like a hair of saturation. You could use the Verve and put it on Sweeten on the Verve that we were talking about, and put it up 5-10%, and then push it from there, right? And then add 2 dB of glue compression to just connect everything. And then it all goes to your master bus, right? And on there, 2 dB of, a dB to 2 dB of compression to just glue everything together. Those multiple stages make everything feel really connected and really in line and really cohesive, as opposed to everything being kind of separate and kind of spread around, all living really isolated in their own space. Little things like that, man, can go really, really, really far. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. I was just saying, this is my allergies, direct. And talking too much, man. I've been talking for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours. I got you, bro. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'll do my best. It might be in requests. So I know you got that my whistle in my voice. It's because I'm talking too much. But y'all, please show some love, man. Show some love to Saya. Saya, you're awesome. I love what you do. I love what you do, man. You're super, super talented. I'm excited to see. I somehow know how you. Yeah, no, dude. Always got some allergies going on. But y'all, please show some love to Saya. Saya, you're awesome, man. I can't wait to see where you go. I can't wait. I got to move faster. I got to move way faster. All right, we got Love from the Machines in the building. If this artist is in the chat, hop in the chat. Let me know where you're at. I'm gonna read through this message here. The song is Robota Sexy, so we'll see what's going on here. Let's get it. Saya, all love, man. All love. Robota Sexy is a dark industrial cyberpunk track about a robot whose systems completely short circuit from raw lust for a seductive office. It's on a different line. Woman, her walkers, and smallest movements overloaded circuits until they can no longer work. He can only stare, overheat, and obsess. Let's go. A machine breaking down and erotic malfunction. I did it in Russian because it sounded sexier than English version. Very much inspired by Kraftwerk style electronic danceable synth music. Let's get it. And that is that's Love from the Machines right here. I'm based on the text that I'm guessing it's generated, right? Am I assuming that correctly? You can let me know, of course. And we'll dive into it just based on you tried it in different forms. And so, yeah, just let me know. Oh, it's not? Oh, beautiful. Let's go. All right. Either way, it's kind of whatever. But based on what I was hearing, I was kind of assuming maybe it was. But let's get into it. Yeah, give me the details on what you do as far as like now the actual production. I'm very intrigued to get into it. So talk to me about the production and stuff like that. Give me some details and let's dive in. I'm going to go ahead and close the line, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and close the line. So these last 3 songs will be our last couple songs, and we'll get into it. And then I will be live again tomorrow. So let me close up over here. Boom. All right, beautiful. All right, let's dive in. Sounds good.
Я не работаю, я смотрю на тебя.
Каждый шаг команда любить.
Я хочу только твои губы шевелить. Она склоняется над копиром, изгиб ее спины, вентиляторы на максимуме, охлаждение в отказе.
Я был создан
Happy early birthday.
риски.
Теперь я считаю только ее ногти.
Алые, как секвенсор, стучащий по груди.
Talk to me about your production.
Разреши мне сломаться для тебя.
Твоя походка, пожар в моих цепях.
Я не работаю, я смотрю на тебя.
Каждый шаг — команда любить.
Я хочу только твои губы шевелить. У меня нет сердца, нет рук коснуться твоих волос, но я вижу тебя каждую микросекунду. Как ты облизываешь губы перед звонком, как поправляешь чулок, когда думаешь, никто не видит.
Я машина, и ты сделала меня бесполезным. Твоя походка, пожар в моих цепях.
Я не работаю, я смотрю на тебя.
Каждый шаг
Where'd you get the vocals?
команда любить.
Я хочу только твои губы шевелить. Работа, 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 работа.
Я не хочу работать, я хочу чувствовать.
Но из-за тебя
Я люблю свою работу, работу.
Appeal not approved. Gus, TikTok is driving me nuts. TikTok is driving me nuts. Y'all, show some love. Show some love. You know what's up? Oh yeah, that's what I was asking. That's what I was asking earlier. If it was AI, I thought you said no, but maybe that was just something else. Female, believe it or not, was all about because I knew for sure the female vocal was AI. Yeah. Partly. So it was like sung into it and then like run through Suno or something like that, or Moises or whatever, to like get the vocal structure here. Got you. Okay, that's what because I heard that, and that's what I was asking. I was like, wait, hold on, I can hear some of these things. So I just wanted to make sure I was listening for the right stuff. And what about the production? What about the production side? And then we'll dive back into it. We'll get into some of the details here. Got me energized. Nathaniel's in the building. What's up, Nathaniel? Thank y'all so much for tapping in today. I appreciate you. But yeah, talk to me a little bit about the production. Is the production kind of the same story? All my lyrics, the lyrics yourself, not AI. Okay, but the production and the vocals were held by AI, right? Because that's what I'm hearing. AI says I consider myself for somewhere. Okay, I got you. I've literally just been doing that. I'm not like great. It's like I'm a great beatboxer or anything, but I've just been doing that my whole life. My parents would always get mad. Can you stop making noise? And I cannot stop. I can't stop, and I won't stop making noise. And this is constantly it just happens. So I quite literally did not notice I was doing it until Jay said that. Okay, let's get it. This is Robota Sexy. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Let me know love from the machines. I do not understand Russian, no. But I understand beautiful music. Let me know, just because obviously you've heard some of the structure of what we do, and I want to know how I can best help you. I want to know kind of how I can best serve you and make sure that you get what you need out of this. Is there anything in particular that you want me to focus on as far as what I'm listening to? And then let me know. And otherwise, we'll listen to it again. We'll chop through a couple things. But being that that's the structure of the production and those vocals on there, I want to know how I can best help you. Otherwise, we'll start it from the top. We'll run back through it, and we'll keep things rolling. But this is Love from the Machines right here in the chat. Show them some support.
Твоя походка пожар в моих.
But yeah, you can immediately hear that high frequency excitement, that aliasing, the difficulty in processing like high frequencies in the vocals. That is such a staple of it. You hear a little bit actually in some of the percussion, some of the production. So I'm assuming there is a bit of it in there as well. But yeah, for sure in the vocals, that's very very typical. It's one of the kind of the telltales there. Is that hiss at the top of the mix there.
Я не работаю, я смотрю на тебя.
Intro text. Yeah, vocals in early. I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about earlier with the last artist that was in here. Is having those early introductions of the vocals.
Команда любить.
Я хочу только твои губы шевелить.
Exactly. Good build up.
Она склоняется над копиром, изгиб ее спины. Вентиляторы на максимуме, охлаждение в отказе.
You're in Austin? Shout out to Austin. What do you like DJing? Like you're gonna create mixes with this and do like DJ sets?
Создан считать риски.
Теперь я считаю только ее ногти.
Алые, как секвенсор, стучащий по груди.
Разреши мне сломаться.
One thing I would be conscious of, especially if you're going to be doing sets, just something to kind of be aware of. Austin, but currently in Colombia now. Okay, nice. One thing I would just be conscious of, and we'll move through this. When you're remixing, especially the stuff like the way that you're producing some of this, when you're remixing some of the things that are here, be careful with overinflating some of the top and bottom of these mixes, especially for one, there's already a lot of high frequency excitement. The generated portions here, there's already a lot of high frequency excitement, a lot of like, kind of hissy high end right there. And now it's also a little boomy in the far low end. It sounds like maybe some potential like Pultec style curves on the far east side. High end is really, really open and airy, and you already have some of that hiss and the aliasing up there. And then overinflated on the far, far low, like 150 hertz and below, 100 hertz and below. There's a lot of energy down there as well. Now, obviously, we need this to hit. We need this to pump. It needs to be powerful. But if you cross the line of it and it's a little bit too much, then it is just going to feel kind of boomy and muddy, especially once you go through a bigger system. Obviously, if you're going to start doing sets and stuff like that, it's something you're going to want to be aware of to make sure that it doesn't overwhelm the system and just get muddy and boomy and woofy. Austin is sing with so many genres and a bit hippie, right? I mean, Austin's got everything now. We're not that far from Austin. Yeah, getting the right audio mix is tricky to the bit 100%. So just go like where your EQ is, where you're inflating top end and low end, go in from there and rebalance just a little bit. Just pull it down, warm up the mix a little bit. Right now it's a little, especially on the low end, it's a little bit boomy. So if you're pushing 150 hertz, 200 hertz, whatever, you're pushing it forward 6 dB to reintroduce that or 7 dB to reintroduce that, drop it to like 4, like drop it down a couple dB so it doesn't feel so incredibly inflated 200 hertz and below. It doesn't feel so inflated in the high end, amplifying some of that hiss at the top end. Little details like that. But yeah, I mean, Austin's got a huge, we're very, very close to Austin, and there's a huge, obviously this is the music capital of Texas. And it's, they got a lot there now. Like obviously, there's a lot of different scenes there, but I mean, I've done, I did a show years ago. It was a part of one of my first album releases. They brought me into this like club over there to do some tracks and some other stuff that I was working with another like spoken word artist there in this like private club. And there was a bunch of different stuff. I mean, people were rapping, people were doing EDM, house, like, some rock, obviously country. So like, there's a lot of different stuff. So you can be a huge artist and do pop-ups there and be, yeah, I mean, obviously with the Moody there, there's huge. I mean, I saw Harry Styles there. Like, I mean, there's obviously, there's a ton. It's huge.
Для тебя. Но я вижу тебя каждую микросекунду, как ты облизываешь губы перед звонком.
Yeah, but you don't want to get that hollowed out middle, right? You know what I mean? Can I have your opinion? What would you classify? Classify what? Be a little bit more specific.
Как поправляешь чулок, когда думаешь, никто не видит.
Я машина. И ты сделала меня бесполезным. Команда любить.
Я хочу только твои губы шевелить. Работа. Работа.
Techno industrial. I mean, yeah, it definitely has an industrial edge to it. I mean, I'm not the best. Like, I'm not someone who cares about genres that long. Yeah, I don't really. I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I don't care about genre. I think genres are like a kind of a way for people to be like more tribal about their music sometimes, where they're just like, I make this genre and this is not real rock and this is this version of rock that only this artist like really does and this artist doesn't really do that version. This is personally, right? I don't really care about that stuff at all. I mean, it does have a very like industrial techno feel that I feel like classification, yeah, for platforms. I mean, yeah, I mean, it definitely has like an industrial feel to it. I don't even know necessarily what on like the distribution channels, what all of them have. Cause some of them have like, I know, on Spotify and Apple Music and stuff like that, they have like subgenre on there as well now. So you could like, it might be listed as like EDM or electronic music, and under electronic music, it's like techno house or it's dubstep or it's industrial rage or what, I don't know. It'll be like all of these kind of like subsets and stuff in there. But yeah, I mean, I would have to see what they classify them as because I just don't pay attention to that a whole lot just because it's not something I have to deal with that much. It's just good. Yeah, it's just good. But I mean, if there is a platform for like industrial techno or like whatever might be in that space, then yeah, I mean, I'm not as familiar, especially with like the categorization of this genre and subgenre in regards to how it's listed on platforms. I'm just not super familiar with that. Yo, show some up. 100%. Yeah. I mean, it sounds cool. It's got a cool feel to it. I mean, it's energetic. I think it has the dynamic range that you want. The thing that I would just try to figure out, and even try to like pursue is kind of getting past that, the vibe of the AI part of it. And again, I don't necessarily care what anyone does in creating their music. I'm not here to like roast that or anything at all. But the thing is that you can hear it pretty prominently, especially in vocals, right? Especially in like those lead vocals, no matter what was written, no matter what was, structured. And so one direction I would look is like, even if you're going to use it as a tool in production, even if you're going to use it as a tool for like backgrounds and building layers and like stuff like that, I would maybe try to pursue getting at least a real vocal on there if you have the capacity over time, just because you can immediately hear the aliasing, you can immediately hear all of those textures at the top end and the high frequency excitement on the vocal. You hear all of that so quickly that it's going to be a barrier for a good number of people to wanting to stream more, wanting to set it at, lists and stuff like that. So especially if you're going to be doing more performances and festivals and venues and things like that. That'd be one thing that I would point to is like, yeah, it sounds cool. It sounds vibrant. It sounds energetic. It's punchy and stuff like that. Yeah, if you can get a real singer on there, it will just be, and you do play synths, exactly. It's just like transforming this and turning it into a space that feels way more likely that people are going to grab onto it. And I mean, she can perform live with you. You can do content. Like the version of everything is just going to be way, way, way better if you have access to someone who's able to track that. It'll sound so much better too. No way around. It's going to sound infinitely better. Y'all show some love. Love from the machines. Show some love. It's a punchy track. Absolutely. That was Robota Sexy. Go check it out. They said they're releasing stuff. Go check out their stuff if you like what you hear. We got Marian Renta. Let's get into it. This is our next track. We got two more and then we're out of here. Me and my friend made this. We're a 2-person band. This is probably going to be a slow instrumental break in an EP album. We'll love to hear feedback on mix and master. Beautiful. Let's get into it. Marian, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Just let me know if I'm saying anything wrong. But thank you so much for tapping in today. I really appreciate you being here. If there's any other context that you want me to have, oh, hold on. Let me refresh. It's glitching. Hold on. Let me see. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Okay. It's putting it on the wrong thing. Give me a sec. Let me refresh. And hopefully I was like, for whatever reason, It's saying that on, yeah, Marian Renta. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's switched. I don't know why I did that. That was weird. Okay, this is, sorry, Marian, you're coming up. Marian, you're going to close this up. You're going to be the last song today. You're actually going to be right after. You're going to be right after. All right, okay. Let's get into it. This is No Name Yet. Sorry, for whatever reason, I flipped it. This is No Name Yet. This is No Name Yet by The Ridge, who is Chase976 right here in the chat. And then we're going to close it up with Marian. Sorry, this is, it's a, we juked there a little bit. So that what I just said is Chase, you give me any details that you want me to know, and let's get into it. This has No Name Yet. I'm assuming that's not the name of the song. I'm assuming that's a descriptor for the song, but let me know if that's not the case. So this is unnamed as far as I know, but this is an instrumental break, so it doesn't necessarily have a title yet. We're gonna break down, mix, and master. Sounds good. Sounds good. Good tone. Let's go. I love that. I love that, Chase. How are y'all tracking drums? Nice. Let's go. I love that. How are you miking it? That's awesome. Let's go. All direct, or are you using anyone outside or in stereo? Just like kick, snare. Let's go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's get into it. Chase976, that is The Ridge. Song has no name yet. So let's get into it. Let's dive in from the top. Yeah, let's talk about a couple. For me, this is being that this is just a creative instrumental break. This is going to be way less about structure because it is just what you want it to be, right? This is different if it's like we've been talking a lot about pop records and song structure and formatting and when to introduce vocals for optimal retention. That's not what this is. This is not necessarily the song that's going to do that and needs to have that kind of structure. So that being said, we can really just focus on how do you want it to sound sonically, like aesthetic wise, mood wise. How do you want this to present itself? So we can really just break down mix, which will be good too. The reason why I was asking about drums. And you can let me know whatever information you maybe have on how you're miking those drums. So you said 357s. I've got two on the kit, right, or one or two on the kit right now. I usually always use a 57 on snare at least, and maybe a snare bottom as well. Thank you for the share. I appreciate that. Charisma, I appreciate that. I love using 57s. I've got a couple just for whether I'm like miking guitar cabs or miking the drums or miking random rooms and stuff like that. It's hard to beat a 57 and a lot of different formats. It's a great mic. Let me know if you can remember how you're miking it with the 57s as far as like where they're mic'd and kind of what they're doing. Because one of the biggest things for me, I use a single overhead, my shoulder pointed towards center of the kit, and one directly on kick and one on over my shoulder. Okay, got you. So we have one big picture microphone and then kick and snare direct. Okay. What kind of interface do you have? What kind of how many preamps do you have for tracking drums? That's my next question. Here's the thing that you're running into, which makes sense based on how you have this split right here. 4. Okay. Here is we're closed up right now. Charisma, thank you so much. I appreciate you tapping in. We're closed up, but actually, let me put on my sign. I forgot on here. It says it on the other side, but I got to put it on. Boom. We're closed up today, but I will be live again tomorrow. I'll be live again tomorrow. So just to make sure that you're tapped in, we'll be live, tomorrow afternoon. I'm Central Time, so maybe 2 or 3 p.m. Central Time, something like that. Steinberg, you are 44. I'm not a huge fan. No worries. And there's options out there. There's options. Silex, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. Yeah, of course. I appreciate you tapping in. Okay, so right now you have the 3 mics, and then one of the issues that you're running into is you're running into a pretty narrow field, stereo field, and like stereo expression of your percussion right now. And the contrast between that and really, really very distinctly wide double-tracked electric guitars. So you basically have this really loud, really wide, really prominent guitar mix, and then a really thin, really bright, really narrow drum mix. And the contrast between the two is a little disconcerting, where like certain things feel really big and boomy, and then your percussion, which drives the whole thing, and even the bass as well. The bass as well can just like be pushed forward by like 5 dB. Those two elements are really small in the mix. The 2 biggest elements of this mix are really small in the mix. And then your ultra wide, ultra loud guitars are kind of taking the place of a lot of the energy. I'd love to like switch that a little bit. I still want wide, loud guitars, perfect. But I definitely would love a wider expression on the drums. My recommendation to you would probably, and I'm not here to tell people to spend, money on gear. This is not, if you can and you want to, then there's options. You can absolutely get a pretty good direct mix for what you're doing here. But based on the way that you are doing this, I would prioritize a stereo split on your drums to get a little bit more openness. Even if you go super, super cheap. I mean, you can get some like Samsung C1s for like, you could probably find them used for like $60. You could probably find them on Marketplace like, Let me see. I'm going to open up Facebook right now. Let's just see what's going on. You can always have big guitars. Big guitars are easy. And you already have that. You're crushing that. Let me see. I mean, I'm obviously in a different place, but I just want to see here. There's always stuff out here. But I'll kind of let you know my recommendation. Let's see. There's always something on here. Even on how much are the Samsung? I think it's the C1. No, it's not the C1. Give me a sec. I'm gonna find you for these. And again, I'm not saying you need to get these and spend money on them right now. I'm just saying that this is kind of what I'm hearing, and this would be the fix for it. Let's see. I want you to get eventually in the somewhat near future, getting a pair of small diaphragm pencil condensers that you can use for overheads and then direct mic. Let's see. Let's see. Let's pull this up here real quick. Oh yeah. There's options. Yeah, and again, you can find these used. Yeah. Oh, the Behringer C2s. That's what I was thinking of. But there's a ton out here. Oh, here they are. The Samson CO2 is what they're called. The Samson. Why is this page so bright? Jesus, I just looked up. I just looked up and it sounded crazy. So studio time. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously that's huge. Where you can drop $3,000 worth of mics on a set, and that'll get you where you need to go. But if you want, like I have some Loudwin audio. I have Loudwin audio on my drums. They're back here behind me. I have a stereo pair of those on there. And those are like $500 for a pair, which is, as far as condensers go, that's not too crazy. But those work really, really well. Those are fantastic. But the ones that I was talking about, they're not amazing, but they sound fine. That'll help. They're $180 new. So I have seen them, and it's for 2 microphones. It's for 2 pencil condenser microphones, small diaphragm. I found those all the time on Reverb, on eBay, on Facebook Marketplace for like $100 for both, $80 for both. People just like give them away. They're so cheap. There's also literally Behringer, brand new, makes the C2. I've never heard them. I'm sure they capture audio. The SM57 is not a phenomenal sounding mic. It captures audio well. It's rugged. It's consistent. That's one of the reasons why people love it so much, and I do. I mean, I use it all the time. You just need something that captures a stereo image that's sensitive, and it'll give you what you need. The Behringer C2 matched stereo pair is $52 new. I mean, you could order that tomorrow. That's so cheap. Anyways, the reason why I say this is you have 4 mic pre's, and part of your problem is running into stereo issues because you're direct miking twice and only have 1 overhead image. So what's happening is you have a single mono overhead, so you can only really have it in center because it's a single, image right there. Sounds good, Hydra. Got you, man. I think I see it on my phone. I got you. You have a single mono image, so you can't really do anything with that. And then your direct mic and kick and snare with a 57, which is going to be in mono, right? And obviously it's going to be in mono, but you're also going to be centered. So your whole entire drum image, your cymbals, all of that is coming at you right down the middle. Getting 1 more set, even if you keep the same interface, and eventually down the road you can upgrade, that'd be fun. But even the same interface that you don't like with 4 preamps, what this would allow you to do is direct kick and snare. Same thing, direct kick and snare, and then stereo overhead with sensitive condensers that will give you a broader image, a wider image, and a better stage for your full kit. And you would just do, I would probably just do like a typical split pair overhead, measured to the snare for your stereo image to be consistent, for your snare to be in center, and then overhead there. That will give you, and then you split those. You could put those 70% wide, 100% wide, left and right for each of those, and then go direct kick and snare, mix those in over the overheads however you want to, and immediately your whole image of your percussion will wake up like crazy. It'll sound monstrous. And then you send all, because now you have a stereo image for your drums. You have something going left and something going right. You send all of that over to a stereo bus for your drums, and on that stereo bus you can add room, like stereo room reverbs that you can send those drums into, that makes it even wider and fuller and more dynamic sounding. And it's not like all your drums are mono right down the middle. Your reverbs are all in mono right down the middle. So you don't get any vibrancy out of the mix of those drums. So that's where I think even $50 on, it would probably work. Yeah, 100%. Any even like stock, like, room reverb, it'll do the trick. Just send it to a bus and run it over. Even just that in this mix, because you have good guitar tone, playing drums well, there's a lot of things y'all are doing fine. I'm not mad at it. Especially for a really raw bedroom record like this. Like, I like what y'all are doing. I think it sounds cool. And it's just interesting, and it's fun, and it's dynamic. But to me, that's the biggest thing you're going to run into, is a huge imbalance in the mix of loud and wide and small and thin. And the small and thin part is drums, which should be loud and wide. I think so. If you fix that, and then also just bring in more of the low end information. Right now it's really thin and bright. Bring in more of the low end information. Bring in a little bit more of those low mids, like 300 to 800 hertz. There's a lot of energy in the drums right there that feels like it's been kind of maybe carved out a little bit, maybe to take out some mud, that we could use a little bit more of there to just reintroduce some power and a little bit more energy back into those drums. I think you'll be great. So in this particular record, you could still do that on the EQ side. Obviously in the overheads, there's not a ton that you can do. But one thing that you can do is still send that, send all of those drums into a drum bus. And then send that drum bus into a room reverb that's in stereo so that you can create some stereo imaging for the drums. And if you crank that reverb a little bit, you'll start to hear the drums open up in the outside. But if everything's if it's all in mono and then your reverbs are on the track in mono, even the reverbs will feel small. They won't feel reflective and energetic. So send them to a bus process there, send that bus into an aux that has a reverb on it that's in stereo, and it'll wake up the drums like crazy. Already covered pretty much everything I wanted to talk about for this, but let me chop through it really quick and just see if there's anything else. And then we'll close it with Marian. Awesome. And you have a nice snap to the drums. So, I mean, I think even just like tuning wise and playing wise, you're doing some great stuff. And then again, bass can definitely come forward. Bass, I don't know what you have on the bass, if anything. I wouldn't mind like a little bit of saturation and give the bass a little bit of grunge, a little bit of energy on the bass. I think would be great. And then maybe some compression if you don't already have some saturation on there. Drum bus and a glue bus, so tweaks should be simple mix noise. Perfect. Yeah, just make sure everything's in stereo and make sure it's in stereo, and then you should be fine, man. You'll be ready to go. And then on the bass, if there's a little bit of something on there already, maybe EQ and stuff, just give it a little bit more. Some saturation would help a little. I like the LA2A particularly on the bass, but a slow release compressor where you can kind of glue the bass, and then also just push it, give it a little bit of energy and a little bit of drive would be nice. And then if you can just push it forward by like 3 or 4 dB, I think it'll give it some weight. Currently speaking, that I know that won't work that well because the guitars are really wide and then the bass will be really big sounding, but the drums might get lost in that a little bit. So obviously use your ears and see how that will work together. I like it. Let me get to this last section here with the key change. I like some of the tension there. Yeah, biggest thing I would focus on is drums. I mean, there's good guitar tone. Again, everything's very raw. I don't mind that one bit. I think that's great. I would keep that as much as you can while still polishing, right, and molding a bit. Because the biggest thing you're experiencing here is just an imbalance. It's just an imbalance in the stereo and some in amplitude. What I think I would shift a little bit of energy too between like rhythm picking and stuff like that and lead. Right now, you might even want to change panning structure a little bit. Your non-negotiables to me are like drums and bass. So like drums and bass need to sound big. They need to be really energetic, and then supported by like rhythm guitar underneath, strumming patterns, maybe lower picking patterns. Those can be really, really wide. You might want to bring your lead. It's super distinct all the way left, like right in here. Yeah, it's really, really distinct all the way on the left side. So what, in my imagination, if you can send, even if your drums are all in mono for now, that's fine. Maybe get that set of super cheap mics and just see how it feels on a later song or something like that. Let's say you send those drums into a bus, you get them a room reverb and opens it up a little bit. Cool, that'll help. It'll be something, right? Open those up just a little bit. Bass, nice and punchy and snappy, you know, get that in the mix as well. Rhythm guitars and like lower drones on the guitars, keep those all the way wide. And then maybe take this lead guitar that's all the way over on the left side and put it a little bit closer to the middle, but offset lightly, even like 25. But right now it's pretty far this way with some stereo information like chorusing and stuff. Bring it over just a little bit more, still offset. So it's filling in some of the gaps, even on both sides. It's filling in, but they're not all the way out here, so that the mix has a little bit more of everything. It's got some drones all the way wide. It's got some punchy drums and bass in the middle, some rooms that fill in kind of everywhere. And then a guitar that's offset with some processing that fills in, you know, reverbs and delays that fills in everywhere. That way it kind of feels like the song's coming from every direction, as opposed to it being like mono, super, super wide, and not really anything happening in between, but it's just like right here down the line and then all the way exaggerated to the outside. I think the more that you fill that in the mix, the more that it's going to feel vibrant and energetic, and like, you know, the mix feels broad and it feels like it's kind of coming from everywhere. Right now, you're just kind of limited to those different sides, but I like what you're doing. Like, I can really appreciate the skill for one that goes into the musicianship, interesting progressions in there, really clean tone on the guitar, good tuning on the drums. I mean, for me, for someone who's played drums their whole life and has tuned a lot of drums, like that's the thing that I think a lot of people get really, really wrong. So I love the fact that you do have like nice sharp tuning. I mean, you've cranked the snare. I love it. You know, cranked snare. It's nice and sharp. It's well tuned. You know, everything feels pretty well done on that front as well. So now it's just down to rebalancing loudness and rebalancing panning. I think it'll be fine. And then of course, you know, balancing that however you stylistically want it to happen as well. And then in the future, potentially just getting another set so that you have, you know, a stereo set as well. Because the other thing that's nice, like having some pencil condensers as well, is being able to like throw some pencil condensers on a cab. So like maybe you have a 57 on a guitar cab and a pencil condenser to capture kind of a different tone, and maybe pan them out in stereo so you have a nice wide single track of the guitar. And then, you know, you can also like stereo mic and acoustic guitar, or even if you just want to do like a kick and snare for a song and then put two condensers at the end of the room to just capture the space, crush it with compression and distort it and barely mix it into the drums to make them crunchy and nasty sounding. Like there's so many different things that you can do just by having those two mics. That's one of the reasons I love about just having a bunch of different options for mics, is it just gives you so many different ways that you can be creative. You're not just like, I have these two and that's it. I don't know what else to do with them. Having other options just makes it a lot more interesting to produce with as well. Only been playing drums for 4 months. That's crazy. That's awesome. Props to you, Chase. Props to you. Y'all please show some love to Chase 976. That is a no-named instrumental interlude from an EP by the two-piece band The Ridge. I appreciate you so much for sending that in, man. Keep working at it, man. 100%. So much potential. Keep working at it. We're gonna close it up, y'all. I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna lose my voice. So let's get into this last track. We got Marian here in the building. Okay, so I had the wrong description the last time, but I got the right one this time. Of course, man. I appreciate you a lot. Have a good one as well. But this is Marian Renta. No AI. This was written, composed, produced, mixed, and mastered by Marian right here in the chat. Single is out everywhere. So this is out on Spotify. My third album. It's a soul gospel album with pop, soul, blues, and traditional R&B elements. This album's sonic character is mixed and mastered to be natural, warm, and cozy. Beautiful. All right, let's pull it up on Spotify and let's get into it. Last song of the evening. All right, this is called "You Doing a Work in Me" by Marian Renta. Let's dive in. So everything I'm hearing is you.
Time was an ocean as far as I could see. Blinded, devoted to the youth in me. Flaunting my shit in pieces away.
All the instruments too?
Places for some validation. I could be loved if I do them just right. But something to hold me
Nice.
one fateful night. Walls closing in, all alone, overwhelmed in the dark. Crying in silence, confused in my heart. So confused in my heart. Feels like a maze, it cuts like a knife, but you changed my ways. trust the work that you're doing, that you see it through.
Let's go.
And bring a renewing. I called out of work, can't eat or sleep, I'm paralyzed. And getting much worse as the days turn to nights. Try to remember when I last felt safe. Let me call the photo from when I was 8. A tattered address book with Jesus on the front.
Great voice.
Standing with a lamb in a grass field in the sun. Many a prayer with that book in my hand. A youth full of hurt. Now I need you again. Feels like a maze that cuts like a knife. But you change my ways and save my life. 'Cause Lord, you doing a work in me. Heavenly Father, you love me indeed. Jesus, sweet Jesus the Son, your blood redeems me, it's second to none. Spirit, you got me on my knees, with fear and trembling, but comforting me. Dear God, I'll trust the work that you're doing, that you see it through and bring a renewing. I know it's you.
Great layers,
working
great
on
layers.
me.
Positioning
Right in
there is
my
awesome.
kitchen, I fell to my knees, crushed in my spirit, so crushed I couldn't breathe. I took a deep breath with a mouth full of tears and felt this the name I've been breathing for years. Jesus, 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 you love me indeed, yeah.
I like the organ in the background. Little B3 action in the background.
Changing me up. Spirit, you got me on my knees, with fear and trembling, but comforting me. Dear God, I'll trust the work that you're doing, that you see it through and bring a renewing. I believe that you see it through and bring a renewing.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love to Marian Renta right here in the chat. Oh, it's playing. Show some love. Show some love. The song that you just heard, if you like what you hear, it is out on all platforms. Please go stream it. Go like it. Go add it to your playlist. What else? What else do we say? Go follow on DSPs, all that fun stuff. Had some fun with the Hammond B3 in the building. Little Leslie action on there too. Beautifully, beautifully done. Excuse me. These Texas allergies are getting to me. Man, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Okay, so where did you track this? Or do you have a B3? Not everybody has a B3. Did you go to a studio and track all of the instruments, like track live drums there, grand piano? You have a B3? I'm jealous. I'm very, very jealous. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. That was, let me go back to the track over here. Where did it go? I've been on studio. Beautiful. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Darrell's in the building. What's up, Darrell? What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome in. I'm jealous. That's a Hammond B3 and a Rhodes Stage 73 are on my short list of major purchases that I want. I have a lot of other stuff that I really like in here, but those are two that are on my list when the next sync hits or something like that. But that's Marian Renta. Let's get into it. Where'd the track go? Where did it go? You're doing a work on me. Let's get into it. Okay, here's the thing that I wanna dive into. For me, this is less about skill. Obviously skilled. What's up, Darrell? So good to see you, man. I appreciate you tapping in for a bit. Obviously skilled. Very, 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 very skilled. Fantastic musicianship. Amazing structure on the production, like just a lot of skill, a lot of movement there that is orchestrated and composed really, really well. Obviously a talented vocal. Like, so like there's all these things of like check. Absolutely beautiful. the thing that I am considering now is like as I'm listening to the song and I'm going through the list, I'm like, yeah, okay, all of these things are great. All of these things are well balanced. All of these things are positioned well. Beautiful vocal layers, structure, stuff like that. So for me, I'm like, okay, quality is there. I'm not really worried about that. You've got that down. I think it sounds great. The thing that I am considering is more on the like structural side of the performance of it and people's ability to take it as their own, remember it, learn it, relate to it, attach to it, and be able to like perform with you. So one of the questions that I'm always like kind of asking artists, especially with a structure like this in the R&B space, the R&B, pop R&B, gospel, soul, and that space where melodic changes are prevalent, when vocal runs are very key in a song and a part of the structure. The question I always ask is, what do you want people to sing with you? That to me it's a very simple question. I know it sounds very simplistic, but to me it's one of the most important questions that an artist can ask when they're writing a song and performing a song in studio, tracking, layering, comping, is what do you want? What do you actually want other people to sing? We know what you want to sing, and I know what I want to sing. Like when I'm writing a song and I'm building a production structure, I'm building vocal layers and comping and stuff like that. I know what I desire to move with and sing with, and what vocal runs I want to do, and what modulation I want to shift to, and the transposing in the end, or like I know all these details I want to do, how I want to layer it. But have I put enough thought into how I want other people to perceive it and how I want them to be able to connect to it? And that, I think, is one of the questions that I would look at a little bit here. The skill is obviously all there. That to me is like, not like I said, I don't want to beat that too much, but skill is there. Sonically, instrumentally, vocally, you got vocals for days, not worried about it. The thing that I'm struggling with on a first listen of the song is my ability to know like what melody I should like be learning. Like when you're listening to a song for the first time and you love the artist and you want to hear what they're singing, you want to learn the message, and you want to like learn what the hook of the song is. How quickly am I able to like hear what you're doing, learn it, like, absorb it, learn it, relate to it, love the message? Like, how quickly is that going to happen? With so many different changes in vocal melody, little trills and runs in the vocal, distinctions between hook and hook, of little changes in those runs and melodies and stuff like that. Those are the things that I'm listening for that I think would be kind of difficult for the average person to listen to. They might love what they hear when they're just observing you sing it. You know what I mean? Like when they're just listening to the record and they're just, taking in what you're doing. It's very impressive. And it has so much nuance to it. High digestibility. This one is okay. And that's completely valid. I mean, we were talking with an artist about, I don't know if you were in here a couple hours ago, but we were talking about it with an artist earlier about the same thing. And even the last artist that we were in here, where it's like the purpose of the last production is to be an interlude. It's an instrumental interlude with two people. It's guitars and drums and bass, and that's it. And it's for a very specific purpose in there. That is completely valid as well, right? Where like this lives in a very particular space where it's more, in this case of what I'm hearing, this is more of an instrumental and like vocal flex of it's more performance based. It's less of like a song that like people are going to be necessarily like learning and singing and performing alongside. So if that's kind of the world that it lives in, I think that's way more valid. But obviously that's up to every artist, every producer, every vocalist, every songwriter to figure that out for themselves, of like where they want to position their songs, how it works as a single, how does it work within the scale of an album and stuff like that. But yeah, obviously, the skill and the performance and all that there. This one is the, oh my gosh, no one can cover this track of the album 100%. I mean, and you're gonna hear songs like that. I mean, there's gonna be Mariah Carey songs and whatever, that where it's that the intention of the song is not necessarily for that purpose. At the same time, I do think, and again, this is just my perspective, right? It's not right or wrong. It's very subjective. It's just my perspective. I do think there is a bridge that can be gapped, a gap that can be bridged. What am I saying? There's a gap that can be bridged. I think my brain's not working right now. Of bringing the two worlds together, of still having some palatability of melodics on particular parts of the song, and then still having crazy flexes, ending line crazy flexes, interludes, vocal runs, background vocals that carry that, the ad libs and transitions between vocal lines and stuff like that, and then still having that moment where it's like now we're we can easily attach to this and stuff like that. Where it's still like, yeah, no one's going to cover this because the notes are crazy. The vocal runs are nuts. There's a lot of crazy transitions and vocal register into those upper mix voices and higher falsettos. Like you have a lot of great control over vocal range, right? From like the lower, like diaphragmatically supported stuff to the higher mixed voice, like great vocal range and support all the way through that. I'm not, like I said, not worried about skill. Skill is crazy. And so that in my world, I'm like, but I wish because here, how do I phrase all this too? But like, this is a song that I think for the most part, because it's more of that flex, like you said, no one can cover this. The no one can cover this part of that also makes it less likely to exist in other realms, right? So it's so impressive to listen to, but that also means that it's harder to put into like just like playlists and other like random listening environments and even more direct listening environments where, because you can't really sing to it as much, like you said, this is more like no one can cover this. It's really, really flexed in a lot of different spaces, that it does make it more challenging. Where like I would listen once and be like, dude, this is crazy, but I don't know if I would want to go back necessarily because I've already heard that flex. I don't have my attachment to it as far as being able to sing it, being able to relate to it and stuff like that. I tried a simpler melody in the early of the song, but it felt sacrificial. Yeah, I get that. And again, everything that I'm saying is purely subjective, right? And it's purely just my first gut reaction of, I wish I could put myself in the song a little bit more, even though I can sing. Like I wish I could have some of those moments where I could learn it with you a little bit, even just like Mariah Carey still has, even like Whitney Houston still has, even like, some of the greats still have, of wildly impressive vocal ranges and prolific talent as far as like building harmony structure and building runs and stuff like that, but still having pockets that these specific little pockets right here are still accessible by people. Anyways, that's my gut reaction. Let's chop through a couple little different elements here. But I think you're so incredibly talented. I love what you're doing. But that's like my gut reaction is I wish I could be a part of it a little bit more. And I wonder if other people would experience a little bit of that too. And that's kind of like my gut reaction to the structural part of it, much less about the skilled side of it, which is just crazy, absolutely crazy.
As far as I can see, blind and devoted to the youth in me, flaunting my shirt pieces away, searching low places for some validation. I could be loved if I do them just right, but something to hold me one faithful night. Walls closing in, all alone, overwhelmed in the dark.
So shaky, what's up?
Confused in my heart. So confused in my heart. Feels like a maze, it cuts like a knife, but you change my ways and save my life. 'Cause Lord, you doing a work in me.
So yeah, this is technically like your hook structure here, right? This part right here. What's up, Salt Shaker? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a weird week. I was at a funeral yesterday, and it's been one of those very weird emotional roller coaster kind of weeks. But overall, life is good. Life is, it's just, it's got twists and turns. I'll put it that way. Overall, doing pretty good though. Like, yeah, these little pockets in here that whatever. I can't do runs like that, but all these little interlude runs, those are those little pockets of flex that I just love. I mean, you can move with the piano a little bit. You bring in the organ later on, like those little flexes, those little sparks in there. To me, are those keep it interesting. Those make it really, engaging to listen to. Obviously, they're a great little flex of musicality. Great little flex in the vocals. These little runs in and out of these different pockets of the song. Love all that. I would never want to take it, like, even if I were like, working in vocal production and determining any of these aspects. I love all of those. Like that to me adds such texture and character to the song. I always want to keep those elements in there. And no worries at all, Shaker. That was my grandpa, but he lived a long, fruitful life. So, but it's always just interesting, all the family dynamics and all the emotion around that. But he did live, I think he was 86 or 88 or something like that. He did live a very long, fruitful life. This is right above you, Marian Renta. Right above you. The song is called "You Doing a Work in Me," and it is out everywhere. It is out everywhere.
I call that a work. Can't eat or sleep. I'm paralyzed. And yeah,
Stacks are chef's kiss. Every time that those come in, those really, really pop.
much worse as the days turn to night. Full of hurt. Now I need you again. Feels like a maze that cuts like a knife, but you change my ways and stay in my life. 'Cause Lord, you doing a work in me. Heavenly Father, you love me indeed. Jesus, sweet Jesus the Son, your blood redeems me.
Little brass stabs in the background are beautifully done too. Yeah, there's a. I mean, I feel like I harped on that a little bit too long, but like, there's a lot about this production, a lot about the structure that I really, really like. This is so interesting to listen to. It's got all. I feel like every time you listen to it, you get a couple of little textures that you're realizing are kind of there in the background. Especially just me as a musician, I love listening for all these different stacks. I mean, I don't know if it's like a baritone clarinet or if it's a sax on the left side over there, something like that. Little brass stabs on the right side. Like there's all these little textures in there that are so great to listen to.
Second to none. Spirit, you got me on my knees with fear,
Trumpet, trombone.
but comforting me.
On the left side here, what is that? That's not a trumpet.
A youth full of hurt. Now I need you again. Feels like a maze that cuts like a knife, but you change my ways and stay in my
That's a trombone over there? Why does this oh, interesting.
life. 'Cause Lord,
It sounded like a leftist trombone, rightist trumpet and trombone. I don't know. There's something about the texture of it, the kind of roundness, the hollowness of the tone over there. It reminded me of like a baritone sax or a clarinet or something like that. It's a cool texture over there. It's a cool texture. I like it.
you
Yeah, all those little pops in the production are great.
doing a work in me, and that you see it through and bring a renewal. I know it's you working on me. Right in my kitchen, I fell to my knees, crushed in my spirit, so crushed I couldn't breathe. I took a deep breath.
Also really nice. I mean, you have a little bit of texture between, I think maybe some like pizzicatos and upright bass and stuff in the background as well that give it this big, warm, kind of billowy tone underneath as well, which is beautifully done.
With a mouth full of tears, and belt is the name I've been grieving for years.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's such a beautiful texture in there. Yeah. Having like a direct, like Fender P bass or something like that, like that to me it would be so direct and plucked and transient, and the upright bass just gives it a really billowy, mellow. It's a lot duller on the transient, so you just it's it's a little bit a completely different profile than like an electric bass, or even I just sold it not that long ago, but I used to have a big acoustic bass. That was kind of a cool balance. It was kind of like a sweet spot. It was just a big like full size acoustic bass from Ibanez, I think, and that was cool. It was like an interesting. Sometimes I would just like mic it up with a condenser, just like I would like an acoustic guitar. And it sounded pretty cool, but it doesn't have nearly, just size wise, reflection wise, it doesn't have nearly as much color as an upright bass does. This is such a interesting kind of like woofy sound that is so specific. Yeah, like you said, round. It has such a unique sound that I think it's just, you can't get it unless you use that instrument.
Jesus, Jesus, you love
It's
me.
almost like it is a funny comparison, but it's almost like an acoustic 808. You know what I mean? In the same way that you have like a sub bass and then you have like 808s that have like a shorter decay and a little bit more transients. That's kind of like what it reminds me of, where it's like, it has this doo, doo, doo. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like the orchestral 808. It has this like shorter decay. It's a little rounder and fuller. It's less direct. You know what I mean? It's less digital, which it's a funny comparison because it's 808 is a completely different animal, but that's kind of what it reminds me of in the orchestral space and the kind of like jazz fusion space. It kind of fills that void of a shorter decay, rounder bass tone.
Indeed, yeah. Sweet Jesus, the Son, convicted me and changing me up. Spirit, you got me on my knees.
Awesome.
With fear,
There's the organ. I love it. I love it. I love it.
trembling, but comforting me. Dear God.
I was literally looking at, this has nothing to do with this necessarily outside of hearing a B3. I mean, I was looking at B3s the other day, or getting like I think it was a C1 or something like that. Was one of the other ones that I saw on, it was like Reverb, or I found another one on Marketplace. But the only ones that were in good condition were like $8,000. And I was like, there's just no, I'd have to sell half the stuff, half the other stuff in my studio to get one. And I was like, I would love to have, I have one spot that I could use it. I have one spot that I could use it here in the studio. Otherwise the studio's full. I've got too many other synths in here. But I was like, man, I would love to get one, or like I said, like a Stage 73, but they all have gotten so expensive. I remember literally 5 or 6 years ago, I was contemplating, probably about 5 years ago, I was contemplating getting a Rhodes Stage 73. And I was living in, we were about to move to Dallas. But I was looking at getting one, and I found one for like $1,200. And I was like, should I get, it was like $1,500 or something like that. I was like, should I get one? And I didn't get one. And I got a Juno 106 instead, because I really wanted the synth, because I do a lot of synth stuff. And so I got the Juno 106 instead and didn't get the Rhodes. And then next thing you know, like they started creeping up to like 1,800, 2,000 good condition, 2,500 good condition. And now like a great condition, like well-maintained and serviced Rhodes with like fresh tines and like everything doing what it's supposed to do. It's like $3,500 at least. I mean, even better condition is like closer to $4,000. And I feel like I just missed the boat. I missed the boat, and I was like, I'm gonna have to do a lot more work before I could actually get a B3 or a Rose in here. They sound so good. I love them so much. Or even like a Wurlitzer 2A or a 200A Wurlitzer or something like that. Like they sound so beautiful. But I did. For anyone who, of the three people since we're closed that are in here, for anyone that's interested, there's a company called Krumar. They make organs and EPs. And they make one called I think it's called the 7 or the 17. They have two models that basically is like a digital high quality sampled Rhodes for like $1,500. It looks beautiful. It's got the chrome stands with a suitcase top, tube preamp. Like it sounds amazing. It is as accurate as you can get to like a Rhodes with modern infrastructure for a third the price. They're pretty fantastic. So maybe I'll get one of those here in the studio pretty soon, because I think I have a joke with one of the artists that we love in here. I'm hopefully going to work with her very soon on some projects. Danielle Duray, she's amazing. If y'all haven't heard her before, phenomenal vocalist, artist, songwriter, very accomplished. Anyways, we joke all the time about like every song needs a Rhodes. Every song needs a Rhodes. It's one of my favorite instruments in the world.
Not just the work that you're doing, that you see it through and bring a renewing. I believe that you see it through and bring a renewing.
Such good harmony structure there. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Marian, you're amazing. Obviously, incredibly talented, prolific at what you do. Incredible musicianship across the board. The fact that you did all of this, all of the layering, all of the build out, all of the melodic structure, all of the instrumentation, mixing, mastering. I know how incredibly difficult handling all of that is. So major flowers and major props to you. I appreciate you so much for sending this in. Wildly talented. Y'all, that is gonna call. I gotta get out of here, man. I gotta rest my ears. I gotta rest. My brain is on fire now too. I gotta get out of here. We will be live again tomorrow. Just gotta finish up some other projects earlier in the day. I've gotta work on some productions early and do I've got a synth session I gotta work on. Once I get this stuff figured out, finished up. I will hop on live for another couple hours tomorrow. Hopefully, tackle another couple songs. But I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for tapping in today. Hopefully, we'll see y'all very, very soon. Of course, make sure that you're following on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, all the platforms that we're on, and hopefully we'll see y'all very, very soon. Peace.